Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Hey, everything. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Okay. Let me know if you need anything. Thank you, ma'am.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, everybody.
Recording in progress.
Please feel free to share any thoughts or any ideas or anything you may want to talk about. More important than anything, you can hear me, no?
Yes,
Yes.
right. We can hear you.
More, there is always this design and actual. So I would like to know how far apart from what you expected this course to be is this course. You can be open. There is nothing. I won't take personal criticism. It didn't meet any of your expectations.
I think it's interesting so far, right? Like we are moving into that particular aspect of application slowly, anyways. So I think it's good to learn new things.
Anyone else would like to go?
Sir, Karthik here, sir.
You can call me Raidu.
Hi, Ram.
Sir, yesterday we were talking about this Buddhist logic and Boolean logic, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, like I had a school memory, which goes like this: consider that there is a like small fight between juniors and seniors. Are you following me, sir? Hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
So and the thing is like, what happened is like one student goes, take it as me. So he goes and do something bad, and he comes back to his batchmates and says that he had did something bad to the seniors or he had did something heroic or something. So later, some point, these juniors get caught by the seniors. Okay. So, but actually, the boy who went to do that thing did not do anything, but he just told to his friends that he did something to the seniors. So at that point, only he knows that he actually haven't done anything, but he told to the juniors he had did something. Got it. So,
Yeah.
so after when the seniors caught these juniors people, so only the boy knows that he haven't done anything. But the other people said that, yeah, we have done like this and we have made this mistake. So from the perspective of that one person, he haven't done anything. But through others, he is a villain or he has done something wrong. So also from the perspective of the seniors, these juniors have done many wrong things. So is this what we were talking about yesterday or is this in some line with that? Because from the point of that boy, from the perspective of that boy, he is not wrong. But from the other perspective, he is wrong. So it is true as well as false or not true situations.
The logic that I'm talking about is nothing more than the algebra of parts. In the sense, say for example, in high school or you might have encountered this question. What are the number of subsets of a given set X? So, X is if X is 3-element set, then the number of subset of the set X is 2 to the power of X. You remember that formula, no? Yeah. So basically, what if you ask what is this? Where did this 2 in the formula 2 to the power of X come from? It is basically the truth values, true and false. So, say for example, the 3 elements set is A, B, and C.
Okay.
And in that you take a subset A. So what this 2-element set truth value object, the truth value set does is it parameterizes or lists the subsets of any set. So in the category of sets, for every subset, say for example, the subset that contains only the element A of A and the 3 elements set A, B, C, corresponding to that subset, there is a function from the set A, B, C to the truth value set, which sets A to true and the remaining 2 to false.
Okay.
So that is that one-to-one correspondence between parts of an object, of any object, and functions or maps to the truth value object is what defines the truth value object. So when we speak, this is so for example, in the case of graphs, the truth value, there are 3 truth values in between, true and false. So, so basically, the whole idea of truth value object in the way I think of or we think of is simply a way to if you want to count the number of parts of a set of an object, simply count the number of functions from that object to the truth value object. So that is the definition of the truth value object. The object which has the object to which there are as many functions as there are parts of the object. So there is nothing beyond that. So when we get 4 truth values in the case of Buddhist logic, their motivation might have been something different, but what I showed you is that if you think of conscious experience as as something as two sequential functions, measurement followed by interpretation, then the two sequential functions has the truth value object which has 4 truth values, which include true, false, true and false, not true and not false.
So then,
Yeah.
so then, sir, how to make use of it? Like what you have to know. So do after that, after understanding these things. Oh, so that's where it gets get a little complicated up.
Yeah. So yeah, I do come across people talking about, say, for example, how it can be true, both true and false. Take the statement: X is smart. He's smart with respect to something, and he's not smart with respect to something else. That might come closer to what you're talking about, as far as from the perspective of that kid. It is false, he did not do anything. From the perspective of his classmates, it is true. So and that is there. But so one of the reasons, in fact, one of my good friend, Rohan, he takes a serious issue with referring to this as truth value object. And other name for it is sub-object classifier. Basically, because there is one-to-one correspondence between parts of an object. Parts of a set or subsets and functions from the object to the true elements at true and false. So he thinks it should simply be called what is this sub-object classifier and should not be called as truth value object. The illustration that he done, his contention is that truth is prior to the notion of false functions or here we are treating true and false as values of some function. So for him, truth is prior, logic is prior to mathematics. So it is not acceptable to call it a truth value object. So different people have different takes on the same notion. But one thing that one could take without without much hesitate, take it. The way we think about things varies with the nature of the things. So if I put a coffee cup here and go to the restroom and come back, I can expect the coffee cup to be here. But if I put I put say cat or a puppy on the table, when I come back, it need not be here. So the way we think depends on the nature of the things, and you might go on and add that the way you ought to think about things depends on the nature of the things. So, if you are interested, I can send you how nature, meaning the abstract essence, that that characterizes an object. So, different objects have different nature. Plants have a certain nature. Human beings have certain nature. Animals have tables and so. So, there is a right now we have a very clear understanding of how, given a category of objects, meaning objects all of which partake in some essence, abstract essence. That is what we refer to as theory. Theory of how once you have that abstract essence of theory, from that you can calculate the truth value object and then characterize the rest of the logic.
Yes, sir. It will. Okay, thank you, Renu. It's been
Thank you.
good. Thank you.
Anybody have? Sorry. Any more questions, comments? Shall we start?
Yes, right. We can start.
Can you see the PPT?
No, actually, we can't.
Oh, no. Can you see now or no? Still.
Not yet.
No, sir.
And does anybody have any idea how I can see this PPT? And then I see all of you guys. Oh, no. Oh, can you see now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Oh. This is like black magic to me. Sorry. Huh? Oh, Sure. So, the reason what is that? I don't know how much of an interaction is here in India between the neuroscientific community and the design community, but uh, back in Salk Institute, even almost 10 years ago, there used to be there was this there is this new school of architecture, and that had a lot of new what is this neuroscientists and architects interacting with one another. Try to see how one could go about whether on the one hand, whether neuroscience can be of any use for designing. On the other hand, what is that happens when a designer designs something? Today we'll look into that. So one of the textbooks that I shared, one of the that is a draft of the textbook that Professor Michael Arbe he shared. I think it is in your abstract. You can see when brains meets buildings. And that book is now out this year. I think it's out. So he is very. Today we'll listen to one of his lectures, and if time permitting, we'll look at learning and memory and how they are formed, and then that takes place in memory. And in the context of architecture, when you're designing buildings and so forth, is there a question? There is always the navigation, how to path finding or way finding your way around. Those are also become
मेरे बोलने के बाद काफी अच्छा
So we'll try to look at hippocampal place cells and grid cells. So we'll look basically designing buildings for desired user experiences and learning and memory. Then we'll go to navigation and place cells in the hippocampus. So I think Zumthor is a renowned architect. You guys probably know more about him than I do. And one thing that struck me is this claim that I feel respect for the art of joining. So now, one thing that comes to my mind is what is the condition that is satisfied in joining? Think of very simple things like, say, for example, two line segments. When you join them to form another line segment, what is that condition that is being satisfied? You have two line segments, you join them and you got a bigger line segment. What is the condition that is being satisfied when you are join. You can take a guess. There are very many conditions you can think of, but I have one thing in mind, and I'll try to see if you can yeah, get to that.
They might share the same language.
Yeah, it's almost there. You're almost there, but see, sharing the same language has the gist of what I'm trying to get at, but it's always one of the things that I find fascinating is much, lot of profound insights and deep insights can be vividly illustrated in terms of very simple things. So the notion that the keyword from what you said that I take is share, and that sharing now imagine as I was alluding to earlier, if you have two straight line segments, 1 centimeter line segment and another centimeter line segment, or two pieces of stick. When you bring two line segments, when you join them to form 2 centimeter line segment, what is that happening? The end point of one line segment is same as the starting point of another line segment. It is like a journey. Say, for example, I might go from here to Hyderabad, and from Hyderabad to Rajahmundry. So if you think of this as two journeys, Bengaluru to Hyderabad and Hyderabad to Rajahmundry, then the destination of the first journey is same as the origin of the second leg of the journey. It is only under those conditions that you have a composite journey from Bengaluru to Rajahmundry. The same with you can see in syllogisms. So, for example, when you combine apple is fruit and fruit is edible, you can come if somebody tells you this, gives you these two statements, then you can combine these two and say apple is edible. So this is basically one of the profound insights in mathematics. So this operation is known as composition. Composition defined on geometric conditions in the sense of the endpoint of one line segment should be the same as the endpoint of another line segment in order for these two line segment to form one single line segment. And the same you can you see everywhere, no? Like when you have a building, what is this? The horizontal wall has to meet with vertical wall at the corner intersection. So basically, I'm in a sense reading into Zumthor's mind, but I think the respect comes from that when you put things that fit together, so to in some notion under you can define what it means to fit together. In the case of line segments, it is simply endpoints being coinciding, but that is the idea that can be elaborated. So when things that fit together are put together, then that is one way of looking at how we can create something beautiful. So we look at the definition of beauty because here we are not so much concerned about the function. Of course, every product has to, that is the basic the ground level that you everything you should is designed for a certain function and it should perform that function. But when we speak of user experience, it goes a little bit beyond function into the realm of aesthetics or so on and so forth. So this is one of the things that we look at it again. We look at now. We'll see on the form and of course for the form, in addition to being an aesthetic aspect or attribute of the object, it can also, as we looked in the very first day, consider, for example, the ascendance of the door lever as a design imperative imposed by biology, meaning by the way our hands are structured and the way the hands move. Seen strictly from seen from a strictly biomechanical perspective, a door lever is a far better tool than a traditional round doorknob for opening the latch. Pressure to adopt this superior solution came largely from recognition that it could benefit people with certain biological limitations, meaning those with arthritis or in general aging. Not surprisingly, the US Americans with Disabilities Act has mandated the use of door levers because their design is easy to grasp with one hand and it does not require tight grasping or pinching or twisting of the wrist to operate. So here is a case in which design centered explicitly on the details of the biological problems allow for greater accessibility and enhanced use. This is the basically one way to say why bother study about neuroscience or that's probably so. So, in addition to the fact that it is, what is that? It is biologically or biomechanical terms. It is much more much more conducive to opening the door or whatever. In addition to that, there is something else that is in the previous statement that is not explicit, but I would like you to bring it out. So what do you think is the take-home message of the door lever design? One abstraction, one way of abstraction. In addition to that biology, or the wrist movement. But of course, it also involves, it also, yeah. Does anybody want to take a shot?
So I have a thought over here.
Yeah.
Like, when it comes to lever and the door, like if the affordance is in a certain way, the user experience can be better. Like say, assume if the door is to be pushed, if there is no lever, I mean, in that sense, it only allows you to do one action, which subconsciously makes you to push the door and go to, attain the goal. So that's my thought.
Yeah, that that is true. So what I'm trying to get at is a universal principle that can be applied to the design of anything and everything. So we were talking about, you remember, ideal user experience. So artifact has to be self-discounting, or it has to be isomorphic. But there is another thing that you guys probably know more than I do about this. But see what my intention in nagging you about these things is to let you see the universals in the particulars. So this universal characterization of a design principle that you might have read in textbook, that I want you to see in this particular instance also. So there is something universal that you might have learned in other design as part of design your curriculum. But I want you to recognize that in action in this particular door lever design. One hint is the act that it is referring to, that I refer to, that is referred to here. So the universal principle is implicit in this act. So he summed up by saying, here is a design which is centered on biological problems, allow for greater accessibility and enhanced use. This part is the same, but a design centered on something that is in this also allows for greater accessibility and enhanced use. So what I was trying to get at is, in designing for the least able enhances the usability for all.
Okay. Now we got it. Yes.
So even the same goes with teaching, or the same goes with anything. Say, for example, there are people, some mathematicians, and that take great pride in the work that they do. And they say, there are only 4 people that can understand what I do. And since I am the editor of the journal, I'll publish in my own journal. and that attitude is, I think, not only antisocial, but also anti-scientific also, because take for example this what one would consider the category theory, the idea that the world is made up of different categories of objects, and they all share. So that category theory, for a long time, it used to be completely inaccessible to anybody who doesn't have 2 or 3 decades of mathematical training in very esoteric homologies and cohomologies and all that. But then Michael R. Bibb wrote a textbook that is accessible. The same ideas, and then Laurie and Charnel wrote another textbook, Conceptual Mathematics. They are the ones that I first, in my first lecture, talked about. how he discusses, given a question, what are the thoughts that comes to the mind of the student, into the mind of the student. So once those two textbooks came in, there are a lot. You see, even a clear explanation is even the even Einstein would appreciate a clear explanation of quantum mechanics. Unfortunately, nobody gave him that, and as a result of which he could never wrap his head around it. So, making it accessible to the least able enhances the usability, not just in the case of door levers or this, but in general. So I think this is another a general principle that you may want to keep in the back of your mind when you're thinking of designing. So then there is this psychology and architecture. So so we expect buildings to satisfy our psychological needs. So we expect them to inspire and excite us, to promote mental state that lead us to discover, understand and create, to heal and find our way, to summon the better angels of our nature. We expect them to be beautiful. So basically, it would be nice if building somehow made us do everything we are supposed to do without we moving a finger. But I'm making light of it. But in some sense, there is always this notion that certain designs and certain architectures are illicit. Um, so the this is the base, probably the question that you might have had in the back of your mind, and one might reasonably ask, as many do, as probably you all do, whether there is any practical value for architecture and design that comes from knowing, for example, how neurons are wired up in the brain. So Tom says, I argue that there is value. Knowing how a machine works can offer insights into its performance and limitations, insights into what it does best and how we might be able to tune it up for the task at hand. Knowledge of how the visual system is wired up may, for example, lead to unexpected predictions about the visual aesthetics or the navigability of a building. So that is the hope and our aspirations, or the basic motivation behind this. So you remember, if you look back, this is he talks about this John Jessel's work. So it seems in the work with Alzheimer's patients, for example, John Jessel has shown that architectural design elicit certain outcomes that have clinical value. So anxiety and aggression are reduced in settings with greater privacy and personalization. So if you let the patient bring his a picture of the God or a family picture or so on and so forth, and social withdrawal is reduced in settings with limited number of common spaces that have each have distinct identity. So if each looks like from some other planet, and then it might tend to induce social withdrawal, and agitation is reduced in settings that are more residential than institutional in character. Sorry. Institutional meaning, again, in some sense, it doesn't have any. Homes have character more so than the institutions, in the sense of by virtue of being personalized. So whereas institutions, today I am here, tomorrow somebody else will be here. So this doesn't have any personal or personalizability. But I think some institutions do encourage, or even workplaces do encourage personalization of whatever space that they give you. So this type of knowledge could similarly inform design of classrooms, lecture halls, workspaces, etc. So now can you, if you were to design now, all these things are on the what is this? There is no longer, you might want to, since we no longer have the physical classrooms or the physical lectures or even offices, homes and temples, everything have migrated to the what is this? Internet. I'd like to hear how you might go about redesigning, whether be it a classroom or a temple or so, and then we'll look at how various architectures elicit in different experiences. Whatever comes to your mind, it need not be right or wrong.
I think one thing that recently has been going around a lot is like, especially when it comes to hospitals, offices and all, is the cybersecurity aspect of it. So like one point to consider for a person's peace of mind, or that sense of safety in an online space, because hospital has a lot of say, for example, personalized records that are very private, and people can take advantage of those things. And nowadays you see a lot of people hacking with ransomware into those systems. So I think in public spaces like hospital, office, where there's a lot of sensitive information, major consideration in the design should be like part of like the security aspect of it, which in order to kind of reflect the same sense of safety in a physical space, that safety should be there in online space. So that's from my side, one thing I would say is important.
I'm curious to what extent are the hospitals actually what is this concerned about the privacy or the securing the privacy of the patient population that
So I think it's definitely more of a Western concept right now, because a lot of people, like at least in developed countries, they depend on insurance information and their past histories and records and stuff. So if the data that is there in hospitals with regards to your personal history, if it gets hacked, or it's held in ransom, or all these things, so you're not able to actually take full access of all those systems. So the security of your sensitive data in like hospitals is very important. Maybe it's not as relevant in Indian systems, because our insurance and all that, and all our government, like our hospital system, is not as advanced and connected. But in a situation where we are going, in a online, or digital versions of these places, so I feel that will slowly become more and more important to have that security level in hospitals.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. But I think, say for example, if you go to a pharmacy, here you go to a pharmacy and ask, and there will be half a dozen people around you listening to whatever medicine that you are asking for. So here the notion of privacy itself is completely obsolete. Like even when you enter a hospital, you have to tell what your problem is, while everybody else around can listen to your problem. So
Yeah, I agree that it's the current situation. But I mean, if we are also going to consider, say, in a speculative way, what's happening to the future of, say, a connected hospital or a digital kind of experience of hospitals and pharmacies, especially in India now that, so many people are coming online with the, advent of cheap internet and so many ICT devices being sold every year. And that number is just growing. So I think it's very important that, at least from if we are designing for something like, now a lot of people don't understand, like, especially if you say, like, a lot of people are being connected in villages and all this. So they are just given this device and they're given access to this internet. But now how much, like, how well do they understand the sense of security or what it means to be secure in a digital space? So if as a designer, I'm thinking maybe, that should be an inbuilt kind of way to at least the user should not feel that something has been hidden from them, or they should be they should not have that abstract sense of where their information or data is. I think that sense of transparency and security, if it comes, there'll be more trust and there can be more successful ways of going forward in a way that they don't get scammed, or they don't get held ransom for something that was forced on them. Because now the digital whatever quote unquote transformation is being forced on everybody, mainly,
yeah,
like regardless of whether they want to or not, they have to plug into the system or they are left behind.
yeah.
So from that perspective, I feel like if we are considering one major aspect, and I'm only specifically talking about hospitals in this case, I guess, in a speculative manner, in the future of, say, a connected India, which could be in the next 5 years or 6 years, where even people from small towns are getting online and starting to use these systems. So how would they be have that sense of safety and security in after us understanding all these aspects? So if we can use these aspects to design that for them, I feel that could be one major thing that needs to be considered specifically to hospitals in these six examples,
Yeah,
six
no,
topics. Yeah.
I completely agree. Then there has to be, but even whether this big name chain, Apollo or whatever, these big chains, do they even look for secure systems, or I'm not so sure whether they woke up to this. Uh, at least at least to the extent that, say, for example, banking sector, there you have, I think they probably realize the significance of securing their data more so than hospitals.
Sorry, your voice was cutting off a little bit. The
Oh,
banking.
I was I'm guessing in the banking sector probably woke up to this issues of security and more so than the what is this corporate hospitals.
Yeah, yeah. Even office in this case would also have that element of it. Anything with sensitive information that can be taken advantage of, because if
Yeah, yeah,
data is the only currency then in the end in a digital space. So
yeah,
those to protect those in sensitive spaces would be more important.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But then again, like each of these examples, I'm just talking my perspective. I'm sure everybody has their own perspective in this class, but I think each would have its own kind of, one or two core requirements, which would be different. Another thing that I know from my experience, so basically we were working from Microsoft, and we had these work from home kind of, this connect. So our cards that allow us to come into the office would also work as VPN chips, so we can log into the internal system from anywhere access. So that work from home is there. So one major problem that I saw in that system is that under the guise of work from home, you are technically always connected, and there is no switch off button. Like you're never actually like out of your work. So you're taking your work home also. So it's not work from home; it's work all the time. So another thing I felt was that, I feel very strongly about that is when we're talking about this, work from home being digital, like how like where is the line? Like, in the physical space, we had that line, right? To say, okay, I am at work and now I'm not at work. So where does, to design that kind of also experience of having, so in my mind, some kind of parallel running to the physical world would be the ideal kind of, online experience. But again, that's just my personal experience of these things. So each of these I feel would have like some kind of different need. Like a classroom would have a different need. Home would be a different form of connection, different, core requirements. The temple may now in the future may, some have some like something to do with social distancing or, whatever it is. So there, I can't speak to all of them, but the ones I know and I'm also read about, so like hospitals and office or all these things I experience, I can talk to.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it is, I think it is not just in the digital realm. See, earlier we used to think we need a job to have a good life. Now our lives have become our jobs. I see people working in all sorts of different sectors. When they go home, be they whether they're working in banking sector or whether they're working in government secretariat or from my relatives and all, they come even when they're home, they are always talking on the phone about something that about work related phone calls. And check even on holidays, on even on this festival times. So I think we all thought job is something that would give us good life, only to find that there is nothing like we lost life. Job has become our life. That's nobody has any life other than the job they do, in some sense. This I think is what is this? Is from the review that I got from that Leonardo paper. So here I thought this is an interesting attribute. An attribute of buildings in the category of home is an intimacy gradient. Rooms serve more private functions as we move inward from the entrance. That emotional aspect of the experience is syntactic, meaning what is this? One after another, which comes first, which comes after. So he says, yes, bedrooms and bathrooms contain attributes that suggest privacy, but we would have a different experience of those very same basic shapes. See, he is critiquing, he's making taking issue. I said. So any object will be made up of certain basic shapes and their incidences. So that is the broad brush I wanted to brush. I wanted to paint the whole design thing. So he's saying would have the same basic shapes if these rooms were directly in the directly inside the front door. Huh? So I don't think I would contest with this. So, but in other words, this is something that I think is you find across probably I might venture to say that this is a universal characteristic feature of universal structure of home. It will have an intimacy gradient. So, and so now, speaking of spiritual experience, this also I took from that review. A 17th century church in the Isle of Wight, Virginia, has a door that is too small for the average person to pass through upright. In stooping, one humbles oneself as one enters the house of God, and then raises one's gaze as one straightens one's posture in the sanctuary. So this sequence of two bodily positions defines this spiritual experience. I think these are some of the very concrete experiences. So basically now, let's say I want to design something that elicits an spiritual experience. So, or a religious experience. So one thing that is associated with spirituality or religion is that of devotion or accepting something higher than yourself as something to be looked up to. So in that sense, this is, I think, is I don't know how you guys read it, but I think this is a very good design that by its nature, see, emotions cannot be experienced basically. I think William James' take is that it is in the chain. You feel the heart palpitating, and then you experience the emotion of fear. So it is the bodily movements or bodily postures that lend them that are interpreted as this or that emotional experience. So in that sense, going through the sequence of bodily motions would in some sense make it more conducive to experience this spirituality or
I have a question to this.
yeah.
See, for example, when you're talking about architecture or building and structures, just an example. Say, for example, there is a usually in dictatorships when they overthrow countries and all these kind of things. So what these you at least it's not always the case, but sometimes what they do is they'll take those kind of structures that represent government or represent some emotional connection to the people. They'll destroy them to the ground, and then they'll kind of build these structures that signify the dominance of whatever dictatorship, or they'll put up statues in public spaces, or they'll put that they put the communist logo, like even in North Korea and they have these huge ginormous structures. Now just the question I had was, see, if you are saying living through that, it's very evident, like you're being emotionally it's tearing apart this structure that you have connection with, and then it's rebuilding something of a dictatorship structure. But say, for example, even that person who experienced that, their grandson or granddaughter has come and to that same place, right? So now they have not first-hand experienced that kind of dictatorship, power move, right? They have not experienced that firsthand, but yet there is that experience of, living under that, fearful structure that they have built. So in that case, it's not a live experience, but it's something, it's a symbol of a past experience. So how is that also like, like how do you differentiate both of them? Like, does it always have to be a live experience for a person, or it can also be a symbol from a past experience? That right now it's a static symbol, but it relates to something which is very deeply impacted the population.
Yeah.
So that's the question. Does it always have to be live experience?
Yeah. See, a lot of it, in other words, much of what we experience is structured by the culture or social ambience or atmosphere that we are in. So, I think there, if I were to guess, I wouldn't say you have to. Say, for example, I'm not much into music. I don't. I probably that is the wrong answer. If anybody asks what kind of music do you like, I say I don't understand music. Probably that's not what you're supposed to do with music. In any case, but whenever I listen to say some like Supravatam or something, I get like goosebumps or something. Yeah, whenever it happens, occasionally, once in a while. So I don't remember being falling in love with religious music or anything, but the culture that milieu that I grew up might somehow seeped in to the point that that I experience it as something moving as opposed to any other kind of music like songs, movie songs. So, if your question is, does it have to be live? I don't think it does have to be live. And in fact, what is this? Most of the time, especially if you look at what is this traumatic, say like for example, war veterans. They get panic attacks simply at the sound of firecrackers. So, or some attribute of that experience it can elicit the rest of the experience. So it need not be the whole gamut of features or repertoire of attributes that are required as such to experience. But I think any one of them, any one of the related things, by virtue of the culture or social milieus, can elicit the experience of fear or I'll be talking a little bit about this when I talk about nudges. And this is Richard Taylor. He got a Nobel Prize after Kahneman got. But it is along somewhat along those lines. So, for example, you when you go drink to get coffee in Starbucks or somewhere, they might have a tip jar next to the cash counter. So on the tip jar, if you simply and put two dots, one vertical line in the middle, and one horizontal line below the vertical line, and draw a circle around, such that the tip that face, so to speak, is facing the customer. People are more likely to be generous in tipping. So a lot of these things, so you can evoke here, you are evoking generosity by simply tapping into the what is this our inbuilt psychology or characteristic feature, which is we'd like the world to know when we do good things, and we would like nobody to know when we do things that we are not supposed to do. So, so there are various ways you can, of course, you can go and preach the guy, every customer, and say, look, these kids who are working at Starbucks are working for minimum wage, and then you should be a little bit generous. I don't think that would be as productive. Going reasoning and explaining as simply putting a small drawing around outline of a face on the tip jar. So, so I think probably, if my understanding of design science is concerned, is accurate, you want the experience. In other words, I don't want to use. You want to make a product to elicit this certain experience without the user being consciously aware that this attribute of this object has been designed in such or structured in this way, so that I will experience generosity. In other words, that is not part of the game, because most of the time, things that people discover on their own tend to be more, tend to feel more true, more real than something I tell you. So that is the reason I keep pausing every now and then, and I don't know whether it is annoying you guys or not, but whatever that I want to say, if I can get you to say, then it will stay with you, and it feels more true or more real or more veridical than if I tell you. Does it make any sense?
Yeah.
Yes, right.
Yeah, I don't know whether I answered his question, but I went somewhere. If I didn't answer what you are asking, please let me know.
Yeah, it was answered. It was answered in the first part. Yeah.
Okay.
And then it was extended.
Yeah, my last name is Tangent. I go off on tangents.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you so much.
this is from Arbib's, Michael Professor Arbib's work. So here he again. See, the notion of raised gaze is an integral part of, is a recurring feature or is an invariant feature across religious experiences. Uh, so here he talks about as you enter Todaiji, two huge Buddhas tower above you. When you enter the temple, you come into a dark space and your eyes are lifted up to see the faces of the Buddhas. And that contemplation with raised gaze is part of your religious experience. So here again, you might again once again read into this dark space the notion that when it comes to the big picture, what does it all mean? I hope you are not that old enough to worry about this midlife crisis questions. But so that dark space is the space where you will be wondering, what does it all mean? And then you look up, and then there is this Buddha with this huge belly, completely content with whatever the state he is in. And that might evoke the sensation of whatever might be the state of affairs that you find yourself in. You find some sort of it's all right, and that's the way. There is nothing particular to be perplexed or puzzled or whatever it might be. So Gombrich is also he taught a lot about aesthetics and beauty. So here he claims that the formal characteristic of most human products, from tools to buildings and from clothing to ornament, can be seen as manifestation of that sense of order which is deeply rooted in our biological heritage. These ordered events. So, what is the sense of order? In other words, when you look around, things seem natural, meaning everything seems to be behaving the way it should behave. For the most part of us, at least for those of us, we are lucky enough to have a social structure or a family structure or whatever structure that is stable enough. If one were to be in a war zone or a child soldier, I can't imagine what his or her experience is, or even some among even in India, there are many for whom life is a suspense thriller, not in a very positive sense, but in a very scary sense. So for them, it might be a different. So most of the time, what whether it be it sociology or psychology or science in general, or it is always about people who are not in the fringes, but somewhere in the middle. So, whatever we speak of, the generalization that we talk of makes sense to people who have some for you and me. But somebody who is living in the fringes, who goes around every morning, who's being chased by street dogs while collecting plastic trash at 3 in the morning. For them, that doesn't seem to be natural or order or structured, or that seems to be like, if anything, chaos and whatever. But that's a different story. But if we content ourselves talking about what most of us are concerned about, which is in the middle somewhere. And then there is a structure, so to speak, order. And that order, he speaks of Loxing. And this again relates to the idea of putting things together that fit together. So, for example, for you, for somebody who grew up in a part of the world where the notion of personal space is ingrained. If he comes to India and stands in the line for in the supermarket, or he might feel like he or she might feel like violated. Because here, for us, personal space is something that is not part of our vernacular. So, our being itself has, in some sense, co-evolving or changing or adapting as it changes the world around us. So, in some sense, the artificial environment that we create, that one has created for oneself, satisfies the dual demand for easy adjustment and easy arousal. So this adjustment and arousal are doing two different things. They should be read in an as antonyms, not as synonyms. In the following sense. Okay. Yeah. So now I'll talk about various definitions of beauty. And so, but keep in mind that the two words that Gombrich used, arousal, and what was the other one he used? Adjustment. That means it is not effortful, to put it other way. In other words, if you have to struggle to open the door, that wouldn't be a pleasant experience. That wouldn't be easy. That wouldn't be characterized as easy adjustment. And what he's asking for is, when he talks about characterizing aesthetics, there are two keywords. One is adjustment or pleasantness, and the other one is arousal. And both of them have to be easy. So I think I rephrase the definition. Okay. So first, can you see the notion of beauty as an average with a sprinkling of outliers. So basically, let's say take a face. Face has n number of features. So length of the nose can be one dimension, and separation between the eyes, size of the eyes, length of the eyebrows, distance to the ears, size of your lips, chin shape, all these things you can quantify, and there. So face is a point in some n-dimensional space. So now feature space. So these are all features now. The length of your nose, or the width of your nose, the size of your eyes. These are all features. So you can say a face is a point in some feature space of features of the face. So now what I'm claiming is that a beautiful face would be that face. So for example, there are 100 features in terms of which you can characterize a face. So among these 100 features, 90 features, a beautiful face would have the average value in 90% of the features, and in 10%, 10% or 10 of the features, it will be having values that are outliers. First, does it make any sense what I'm talking about?
Can you give an example, Raidu, so that we can relate?
Okay, so see, I'll give you a very lengthy example. So societies are always worried about not the society as a whole, but people who are very well endowed are always worrying about finding in the criminal before he commits the crime. So, and this is not anything new. So, a couple of centuries ago, so one guy, see, because if you catch the criminal 1 or 2 weeks after he robbed your house, even though you can put him in the jail or whatever, by the time he might have spent all the money he robbed from you. So there is always this idea that we should stop the crime before it happens. So in order to do that, we have to have what is this? We want to visualize what a criminal looks like, so that we can grab him before he commits the crime. So this was one of the concerns some couple of centuries ago. And so in those days, I think even until recently, they used to have the pictures of the criminals in the police station in front of the and maybe in the back in the day, they might have had the pictures of the criminals in various public places displayed, so that if anybody sees, can grab him. So this guy had a brilliant idea. The reasoning, I think, is perfect. He thought, is there anything about the criminal that we can use to tell apart the criminal from the non-criminal? So he took the faces and thought maybe there is something in the face of a criminal that would come out if I take all the criminals' pictures and average them and look at that average might things that are varying across a population would smooth out. And things that are, say, if all criminals had long noses, the average would have long nose. And if the size of the eyes are varying all over the place, that wouldn't, what is this? That wouldn't stand out. That was the reasoning that he had. And so what he did is he averaged all the face pictures. And when he looked at the average face of the criminals, he was really disturbed. Can you guess why he was disturbed? The average criminal looked very beautiful, apart from his orientation. It looked a very pleasant looking face. It looked like a very pleasant looking face. That shocked him. So that was the that led to the preliminary definition of beauty as an average. So what is that the average does when something is average? If you see a very tall man, you'll be startled. Or if you see or if you see something out of the ordinary, meaning the farther away from the average, then it will start. But if the whatever you experience is average, meaning everyday experience, then you feel right at home. So the average is the one that gives you the pleasantness, meaning you don't feel like running away from it or looking away from it. It doesn't really feel like you're tethered, you're held hostage by it or anything. So the average is one that gives you the pleasantness. And what is that other thing that he asked for? What is this? Easy arousal. Meaning it has to draw your attention. So if you make a painting and if it and you display it on a billboard somewhere at Majestic, you would want it to draw the attention of the passers-by. So in order to draw the attention of the passers-by, it has to have some feature that is at the outlier, extreme version of it. So that is the idea of sprinkling of outlier. So first, in order for something to be experienced as beautiful, you need an outlier which will draw attention to that object that you are designed or made to elicit the sense of beauty. And once the outlier draws attention to the object, the rest of the features, by virtue of being average, elicit the experience of pleasantness or pleasingness. That is what makes something look beautiful. That is one definition of the what makes something beautiful. You can do this experiment, like those of you who are, I'm not good at coding, but those are now there are a lot of databases. You take any face database and simply average all the average 100 faces, and then you take the average face and show the average face along with the faces that you averaged, and ask people randomly to rate them. Which one do you find beautiful among these? And most people would say the average face is beautiful, even though it may not really exist as such. So there is an empirical there is the empirical aspect to it. So most people would find average face beautiful. Of course, in order to it to be attractive, in the sense draw attention, it has to have something, some feature having a value that is at the outliers. Did I answer your question?
Yes, right. Yes. Got it.
Okay. So this is how does the definition of beauty relate to Gombrich's order? So basically, the pleasant and attention, pleasant being the average, attention being the outlier, and doing. So there is another claim here that if you look at the built environment, that built environment tends to reflect the way visual perception works. So you remember earlier when we talked about vision, we talked about how early in the visual cortex, in the V1, there are orientation sensitive neurons. So this is one. So there will be this neuron is coding for say what is this 135 or 145 degrees angle, and so he argues here, say, to the extent you find this straight edges or edge, this is a chapel that has all straight edges at different orientation. So to the extent you find this beautiful, this design, he claims that has something to do with the ready, the ease with which the given the ease with which the given stimuli, this building, is recognized or processed or so on. So, now what I'll do is I'll switch gears a little bit and show you a video of Michael Arbin where he talks about what goes in the mind or brain of a designer as he goes about creating or designing, where he looks at the case studies of famous architects. So as you listen to him, you can reflect on whether that conforms to your personal experiences. So I also sent a, see, most I don't know what fraction of the design curriculum looks into is concerned with the designer as opposed to the user and artifact. So if you think there are three things in this whole exercise, one is the designer, one is the artifact, and one is the user. So Yeah, I'm just curious, how much of the curriculum is, what fraction of the curriculum is dedicated to user experience versus what fraction to artifacts, meaning the material realization of that versus relative to how much you self-reflect, meaning how much you study about the designer per se.
I think it's different for different disciplines, right? So for us, it's universal design. So for our concern is mostly about users, their dynamics of user understanding and how the empathy aspect of it and the inclusive design, etc. But for like other disciplines, the ratio might be varying, like the user consideration and the design philosophy which they exercise as a discipline with principles.
So, yeah, maybe we'll talk a little bit about empathy and mirror neurons. You might have heard of them. Huh? There's Michael Arby. This guy, I don't know how much, whether he sleeps or not. If you look at the number of books, I have been thinking, I have been writing a book for the last 2 or 3 decades. But last year he sent me a draft, and this year that book is published. I don't know whether he sleeps or not. And in fact, he made very groundbreaking contribution to every discipline that he worked on. Say, for example, in category theory, he wrote a very good book that we are we are revising it as part of this new national education policy. And then he made major contribution to neural networks, artificial intelligence, and neuroscience. Every field, I think he has some 1,000 papers and some 50 books. And all of them are very original. So I thought, if nothing else, if not for any other reason, just to going back to our duties as citizens of India. Yeah. So I think he in some sense embodies excellence. Some of his papers are back in the 90s. We used to have these 2 books, collections of papers called Foundations of Neurocomputation, I think, if I'm not mistaken. 2 volumes, which had all the seminal papers like Mcguire and Pate's, Rosenblatt's perceptron, Minsky's, and all. And his work is featured in those collections, and he's very helpful in nature too. So let's. Can you see the video?
Yes, right. Yes.
So this is the, I will talk a little bit about this also. This is the Salk Institute, which is considered an architectural marvel. And this here it is the ocean, and it is if you think we are when some 10 years ago, when Tom was talking about, Tom Albright was talking about Vastu and all this, I thought, what hell is going on to the world. But now it has become an established discipline. They have a society for a neuroscience for architecture academy. And RB was president for a while, Tom was president for a while. And this architecture is in some sense very elemental. So there is only three things that are used here, three materials. One is concrete, and another is iron, and another is wood, teak wood. And it is not painted, it is not, and there is a small stream, and this flows into the Pacific Ocean. And in fact, this is called modernist monastery. Because even though this is a very small institute, there are only around maybe 50 faculty. It tends to rank very high when it comes to citations. When you rank order universities in terms of how impactful the research that is being done here in any institution, it ranks above Harvard and MIT also. So, and people who they say there is something in the building that makes them come up with very impactful research. So, this is a course I think he gave at Salk. So let's listen.
Raidu, we cannot hear the audio.
Oh.
Can you go to the option called as share sound?
What do I do?
There is an option called as share sound. So once you go to the share screen, after that you need to do the share sound also.
Okay.
In the Zoom settings, it will be there.
Share sound. Okay.
Give a set of tools to the architect
Can you hear
to
now?
do better designs.
Yes.
And which kind of
Yeah.
thing goes on in the brain of the architect. So today I'm going to set the stage. I'm going to look at Zumta and Utzon, and I'm going to look at what I think is a bad example of a neurocognitive architecture for analyzing design, and that will set the stage for coming back in week 5 to talk about design and creativity again. But I will claim that the example I show you here is not good enough. I'm setting myself up to see if I can do better. And then the students in the class are doing projects which will continue this theme. So I've suggested some readings. We'll be looking at Peter Zumta, who has a nice little book called Thinking Architecture, and I want to make a few points based on his first essay. I have an article which I think is relevant in a very nice book called Mind in Architecture and Neuroscience, in Architecture and Neuroscience, edited by Sarah Robinson, who is an architect, American, but now living in Italy, who came up with a conference at Taliesin West, Frank Lloyd Wright's place in Arizona, and Juhani Ballasmaa, who is Finland's leading architectural thinker and in fact a world leader in essays on architecture. And they edited this book, and I have a chapter there that has some of the ideas. And then my target for I think we can do better will be this paper by Goel called Creative Brains, Designing in the Real World. Now, the last part of my talk is going to focus on the Sydney Opera House by Göran Utzon, and so I strongly recommend that you download this Discovery Channel type video at www.youtube.com/watchquestionv, etc., etc. But I'm sure if you just type in Sydney Opera House video, without too much trouble, you'll find it. And I would just say that if you really want to think about the ideas today, what you might want to do is just watch the thing, take notes, and think about what are the various creative acts that we hear about in this as it goes through. And who did the work? Where was it Utzon's creativity? Where was it the people on the construction site's creativity? Where was it the engineers' creativity? I'll just touch very briefly on that later. But anyway, this is sort of the material available. Now, what is design? The notion is that there is a mental process that we want to try and get a handle on. It creates something, it may undergo revision and editing as we apply local criteria, better perceived patterns, and then the result is available for visual or other inspection or for guiding performance. So if we're designing a piece of work, as in music or a book, then there's in some sense a performance there. Our focus though is going to be more on where the final result is, a building that people experience. If we're talking about architecture, there's a continuity, of course, from the what you might call the everyday practice of an architect, of the majority of architects, to what you might call the really exceptional works. And we'll be using the Sydney Opera House as our exceptional work today. But as I'm introducing these ideas, what we're trying to do is initiate a dialogue between neuroscientists and the analysis of masterpieces, and this might reflect back into the education of architects who, by thinking about the mental and cognitive neural processes, can get a new handle on what goes on in the design and then the experience of buildings. And what we're going to do in the second half of the talk, when we turn to Utzon, will be we'll find a particular case study or set of case studies of this one exceptional architectural work, and we'll try to think through what are the cognitive mechanisms engaged, and this might begin, and this is what we'll be coming back to in more detail in week 5, might begin to suggest challenges for something that a neuroscientist or a cognitive scientist might actually want to do by looking at the general understanding of specific processes as distinct from the specific understanding of a range of processes in the actual architectural practice. So this is our setting of the stage. And just one more point, which I won't be developing today because I'll be looking particularly at what happens in the head of one lead architect, but it's very important to understand that in general, something like architecture involves what this author Lukisis calls co-designers, and the issue of how, in fact, on a large project, many people elaborate and then share their ideas to invite more elaborations of one part or another. I was talking to Jeannie Gang and her husband, architects in Chicago, and I was amazed, for example, to discover there's a whole specialization within architecture now called elevatoring. If you're designing a skyscraper, just understanding how to get people quickly from one floor to another without taking all the space up with the elevators is a big challenge. So you have many, many different people looking at different aspects of the building, and in the end they converge on the overall design. And in a sense, the Utzon Opera House will remind us of the fact that although we credit Utzon as the designer, he was really only part of the final project. Okay, but before I get to the Opera House, let's talk about this essay of Peter Zumthor's on remembering and imagining. So I'm not, in the case of Zumthor, going to be looking at any of his works in detail. I want to look at this essay of his, which I think gives us some challenges to address from a neuroscience perspective. But I just want to show you one building of his that's very impressive, and just reflect on it for a moment to think about how he got to. Now, in fact, there's a whole book which has many more photos and has Zumthor's essay and other people's essays on this. So, for example, the stone that it's built from is quarried from the region. It's gneiss, G-N-E-I-S-S. So thinking about materials that blend with the landscape, very much the alpine landscape of Switzerland, but in an area with hot springs. How do you build thermal baths? And here is this, you both take advantage of the landscape by framing it. You, as it were, bring the landscape into the building by framing of this kind, by using sod grass on some of the roofs. You're again making it blend more with the landscape. And then there are the different rooms which give access to different springs. And so what's interesting here is that although we're looking at photographs here, we are using this to remind ourselves or introduce ourselves to a multi-sensory experience. Obviously, when you come into one of these rooms, you immerse yourself in the water. There's the feeling of the water, the temperature of the water. One at least of the rooms has flowers floating in the water, so you bring in the sense of smell. There's one place where you move from one room to another and you have to push aside a heavy curtain, so you bring another tactile element into it, and another way of highlighting the transition from one thermal experience to another. And I speak here on the basis of my son's visit. Unfortunately, I have not been there myself. But this is just to, before we talk about Zumthor as a, if you will, a thinker from his book Thinking Architecture, I thought it would be useful to just introduce this idea of the multi-sensory experience as you move through and use the building. And I think that gives us a lot of ideas that resonate with the concepts we introduced in the first week together. So here is the man himself. Let's start with function. He's saying, unlike the sculptor, I have to start with functional and technical requirements. So that as an architect, how is the building to be used? So if we think of his one example there, in the end, the function is, I've got to make it easy for people to experience the different springs and move from one to another, and probably have to worry about a shower room and a changing room and things of this kind. But that clearly does not constrain very much the way he came up with the final building. And so there was a school of architecture whose slogan was form follows function, but clearly if we just reflect upon the baths at Val's, I think we would agree that it's more that there's a dynamic interaction of considerations of form and function as design proceeds. So that in the end, his building is a great success because it blends with the landscape, it's beautiful, it provides multi-sensory experiences, and it works well as a place to experience the different springs. So that might be one of the things we want to think about as we move towards a cognitive architecture of design, is how does form get represented, how does function get represented, how do the two interact as design proceeds. Okay. The next thing is construction. This is a very important thing. He, I think, had an apprenticeship in carpentry. But anyway, he's saying construction is the art of making a meaningful whole out of many parts. So it's not enough to just, in general, sketch a beautiful shape. You have to really think through how it's going to be built. And so he says, I feel respect for the art of joining, the ability of craftsmen and engineers, the knowledge of how to make things. And again, we can see radical changes in what that means as we go from wooden structures to brick structures to the rise of steel girders to be able to allow the construction of skyscrapers, to the sort of Frank Gehry stuff where you've got computer design to calculate weird curvatures and put them together, so that there is a continual historical evolution there between form considered in the abstract and form considered in what can be achieved with available technology, and of course in less exalted conditions what can be achieved with available costs. All right, whole and details. If you remember our discussion of visual perception, we had something of this aspect, that you might look at a scene and very quickly know this is a suburban scene or a city scene, or hey, there's the Eiffel Tower there, it must be Paris. But then you go back and forth between rectifying your overall impression and filling in the details. So this idea of the interaction between the stage of the whole and the details is even there in the process of visual perception. But it's the same as you develop a design. So he talks about developing a whole out of innumerable details, and again, that interaction of various functions and forms, materials and dimensions. Details lead to an understanding of the whole, of which they are an intrinsic part. But the point here is that they're evolving together. It's not that you know what the final building will be before you start working out the details. It's not that you have all the details and you just assemble them as you work. The whole determines details. The work on the details modifies the whole until in the end you have a final design in which the whole and the details are congruent. And then the other thing is, of course, the issue of when are the details part of what is just required to make the wall stand up or to provide the doorway and so on, and what about ornamentation? It's the notion of detailing, where even if in some sense you've got an overall form, you may want to come up with further details that provide the atmosphere or the aesthetic offerings that the building provides. But the part of his essay that I want to build on to make a few more connections with cognitive science and neuroscience is this quote: "When I think about architecture, images come into my mind." Right. So one riff on that before we go on. Often when we use the term image or imagination, we're thinking about visual images. And I think what was very important about our quick look at the thermal baths at Valls in Switzerland was how multisensory it is. You're not just thinking of an image of a visual look. Those pictures were keys to a multisensory experience in which vision, smell, hearing perhaps were combined with action. So in some sense you're putting episodes together, multisensory episodes, and those are the images. I imagine what would happen if I walked through and plunged into this pool, etc., etc. So images come to mind. Now what's interesting though is the crucial point is when I design, I frequently find myself sinking into old, half-forgotten memories. Yet at the same time, I know that all is new and that there is no direct reference to a formal work of architecture. So it's not that he thinks, oh, 5 years ago I had to build a doorway, so let me pull out doorway 173 and plug it in here. He is constructing something new each time. And I think that reflection on our discussion of visual perception again helps us. The idea that, okay, you know how to recognize this, you know how to recognize that, but when you come upon a new scene, your experience allows you to recognize different aspects, but the shapes are different, the relations are different, and so in the end you come up with whatever your representation or your understanding of the scene is from your memories, but the result is new. And the difference here is that instead of mobilizing them in response to a scene, you're mobilizing them in response to a design challenge. Here are some constraints of form, here are some constraints of function. How can I begin to marshal things from my memory which will bring it all together? So this idea of how can memory work not to remember the details of a particular episode. So I say, oh, I remember what I did last week, and I tell you about it, but rather I bring up these many different episodes, and I'm able to take fragments of them and in some sense assemble them to create a new whole. So this is the process that I think is one ripe for neuroscientists to talk about. And I'll say a little bit about some new data from brain imaging that point in that direction. But that's all I'll do today, is point in that direction, and perhaps in week 5 come back and fill in some of the details. But just think about language in that sense. We have a vocabulary, but we put words together. If we don't know a language, we don't know what the words mean, we don't know how to put them together. But knowing that, that's part of our memory base, we can say totally new things. In particular, we can shade the meaning of words. So we actually affect the meaning of words that we've used before by placing them in a novel context that shades them and maybe takes over. So that example of the word of James I calling St. Paul's Cathedral an awful building, and then over the centuries that word awful went from his meaning of awe-inspiring to that meaning of terrible. But of course terrible is also a word that used to mean inspiring terror, not something we just have a bad opinion of. So just the way in which, by being able to bring elements to bear and then reform them in ways that give them new meanings, that creates a totality with even further new meanings, is something that we can get from going back and forth between thinking about architecture and thinking about language. And I'll be doing that right at the end. But let's just have one slide where I try to make one distinction between language and architecture, and that is that in language we have a lexicon. This is the set of words and their meanings and other properties, and then we have a grammar that tells us how to put them together. So in some sense, unless you're into experimental poetry or things of this kind, when you're using a particular language, you're accepting these are the building blocks, these are the words I can use, these are the ways I can put those blocks together. Whereas architecture as a design process is that in fact you may design new building blocks, you may change the lexicon in the process, you may decide to use a new material, or you, as in the example of Geary's development of a technology for putting curved titanium plates together in the Bilbao Museum, and in the same way a new form of construction. So that's a sort of parallel. There is sort of a lexicon, there is a grammar, but whereas it's fixed but very flexible in language, the architect may actually be changing for the purposes of a particular building his lexicon and his or her grammar. Okay, so that's the framing. Now let's just look at a few findings from cognitive science and neuroscience that I think can enter into a future discourse on the neuro and cognitive science of architecture. So this is a classic paper by Jerome Kagan of Harvard back in 1970, where he looked at young children and he looked at their attention, how long they would look at a stimulus. And when they were a week old, an infant would just as soon look at these messed up figures as look at the actual faces. But as time went by 4 months old, looking at a face would capture the child's attention more than one of these scrambled images. And moreover though, and that's crucial, is that if the child had watched a number of different faces, the most attention would go to a face that was somewhat different from a previous face but not too different. So this gave the rise to the discrepancy principle of Kagan. Stimuli moderately discrepant from a schema elicit longer orientations than do either minimally discrepant, familiar events, or novel events that bear no relation to the schema. So this is sort of a design principle or a creativity principle that often people will succeed by working within a set of available schemas, but varying them in ways that capture interest without causing too much confusion, if you will. And so it's an interesting thing to understand how can, in some cases, a drastic innovation become socially accepted. But that's not part of our discourse today. But that notion of how, when we do something new, how does it build on what is already familiar? And what are the limits of variation that can create something that is genuinely and interestingly new, but not so new that you lose your audience. Yeah?
So the 1 week old infant is going to pay attention to the just left hand up, that one, or both of them?
Yeah, so if you compare this and this, you're going to get more attention,
What
more
about
time
the
attending to that.
What about the 4 of them? If you give the 4 of
I have to confess the paper was short enough
okay.
that I don't know what happens in that comparison. But the crucial point was, I think, that the idea was that if you have something that is more familiar, you've got a sort of an inverted U of attention from, oh, it's too familiar, I'm not interested, it's too different, I'm confused, to, oh, this is interesting, a change has occurred, let me think about it. Okay, so we've talked about episodic memory, and I think one of the most familiar findings to most people in neuroscience is this finding that we talked about last week when we contrasted the place cells in the hippocampus of the rat as possibly related to wayfinding in space, to episodic memory, which is in some sense finding your way in your past, what events occurred in the past. And we talked about poor H.M. who lost the ability when he lost his compass. But the idea is episodic memory is then the accurate recall of a single event. And what we suggested in thinking about half-forgotten memories and yet all is new from Zumta was the idea that just recalling accurately one event is not enough. We want to understand how diverse partial memories that may be relevant come together and are amalgamated. What may seem like a flaw in a memory system, it's not that accurate, now becomes a virtue because you're putting stuff together. And how is this controlled? Well, this, to my mind, is an example of a really exciting challenge in neuroscience that can inform the conversation between neuroscience and architecture, but is intrinsically interesting to neuroscientists. And clearly, for our conversation to proceed, it must be that both the neuroscientist and the architect are getting excited about what's involved within their own fields as well as in the conversation. So to get a sense of the state of the art and suggest it hasn't gone far enough to meet the criteria I've just laid out, but definitely shows us this is a current research area. So there's a paper, I'll give you the exact reference in a moment, called The Future of Memory. Very nice. Remembering, Imagining in the Brain. And the idea is that, as we've just illustrated, you need good memory to support adaptive function. You have to know things, and you have to be able to mobilize them. And what's interesting is that when you image the brain and give tests of remembering the past versus imagining or simulating the future, there is overlap. And the question I raise, not to answer it today, but to pose it as, I think, an exciting challenge for the conversation, is how might these findings carry over to imagining a new building? So how could we understand the distributed structure of memories that support their role in imagination? So today, just a few pointers to the literature, perhaps in the future, whether in this course or elsewhere, we can show real progress. So let's take that paper. It turns out to be by Schachter in Harvard and his colleagues from 2012, The Future of Memory, Remembering, Imagining in the Brain. And they state, a common brain network underlies both episodic memory and imagination. But let's be precise about this. Brain imaging shows overlap between the activated areas. And the issue then is what processes are supported in the shared region and which of these processes are deployed in concert with distinctive brain regions for episodic memory versus imagination. What's this cautionary note? It's just that brain imaging just says, very often, I'll compare two tasks. So in this case, I'll have some sort of memory task, and I'll have some sort of imagination task, and then I looked at which brain areas light up when I, in other words, have most synaptic activity, I think, have most synaptic activity when either of these tasks is compared to some neutral task or when one is compared to the other. And there's sometimes a tendency to say that if you see something coming up in one task but not the other, then it's the stuff that's activated in that does the job. But in fact, what you're doing with those tests, you're saying what areas are more active in A rather than B. So the fact that something that, so there may be many processes that are shared, and there may be many other areas that are involved, whether or not the task is being done. But for those of us interested in the details of how the brain works, the issue of what actual computations in the neural networks would support being able to retrieve a memory relevant to a context versus retrieve some aspect of a memory within an imaginative task. That's the sort of thing that interests us. What they're saying here is distinguish between temporal and non-temporal factors. What they're saying here is that trying to imagine the future, which is sort of, this is what I think will happen tomorrow, or this is what I plan to happen tomorrow, seems to use pretty much the same networks as just imagination generally. So there can be a time factor, imagine what could happen at some future date or future time, or just imagine in some unconstrained way. That seems to have roughly the same sort of activity. But what is lacking in this and other papers is a detailed account of the underlying process. It's one thing to say, here are the brain regions that seem to be more active in let's say if we just took a pure visual task, look at this versus remember something or imagine something. The fact that there's overlap is not enough. What actually is going on? How do they come up with these tasks? So this is, for me, a very exciting current challenge. In searching the literature, I found that the work of Eleanor Mcguire has recently gone in this direction. Eleanor is very famous for a paper in which she studied the brains of London taxi drivers who have this immense knowledge of the streets of London, and found that indeed a certain region of the hippocampus was larger in the London taxi drivers than in other people. And so that's probably her most famous paper. But recently, she's been looking at hippocampus and the parahippocampal gyrus region near the hippocampus to look at imagination and episodic memory. And she's brought this notion of scenes into the work and the notion of scene construction. But she hasn't really got into, so again, it's in terms of, here are some tasks, here are regions in the hippocampus, around the hippocampus, that are active in these tasks, but trying to build a computational account, or at the minimum, a conceptual analysis of interacting processes has not yet occurred. But I would think these three papers of hers, so just search on Mcguire, Eleanor Mcguire, in the last few years, and you can find some excellent resources for where we're at. But this slide is just to remind us of what we talked about before, that we saw, if we think about just perception, we have to realize it's not a matter of, I just look at a scene and I know what it is. There is a process, even if it occurs subconsciously and in less than a second, but we look at a scene and our eyes move around and we begin to break it into parts that are candidates for interpretation, and then slowly we begin to recognize what some of the parts are, and some of them may provide context for each other. And all I'm saying is that I think that going back to the understanding of construction as part of the perceptual process may in the end help us fill in some of the gaps in the current conversation between episodic memory on the one hand and imagination on the other. And I think Eleanor Mcguire wants us to realize that even memory is constructive, just as we've emphasized here that perception is constructive. But because it's constructive, I think that's what will give us a handle on Zumta's challenge of how can half-forgotten memories yield something new, because just as we saw here, the way in which the image constrains our activation up to confidence levels, if you will, of different perceptual schemas, so one can pull on different elements of memory, different episodes, to come up with what in the end will be a coherent vision or imagination, multisensory imagination of some aspect of a building. And then, of course, this is where we go from the unaided brain to the symbolic environment enriched brain, where precise drawings and text and specifications can capture stages which now become part of the external stimulation that adds to our memory to advance the design further. So we're getting some handle there on what's engaged. Okay, so I just want to spend a few slides on what I think is a disappointing theory of architectural design, which challenges us to do better in week 5. So we'll find out in a few weeks whether I can do better or not, but that's the challenge. And I must tell you, the reason I got so upset with this paper was that he uses Utzon's design of the Sydney Opera House to ground his theory, but in fact, in the initial draft, he knew it was all pure speculation. And then after I recommended the paper be rejected, he came up with a few drawings of Utzon's and scrambled them together, but did no scholarship on Utzon's actual design process. And since I grew up in Sydney with a good view of the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the site where Utzon's building would emerge after I left Sydney, that gave me a critical bias. But I was prepared to accept his theory, even though I was upset about the bad example. But I think it's still a bad theory, even if one forgives him for his treatment of Utzon. So I will call it Gold's parody of Utzon's design process, because just this one sentence is all he says in his text about the actual documentation that we have of Utzon's design. He did not begin with a blank slate. In his retrospective account of the process, he notes being inspired by memories of the castle of Cornbury, the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, and seeing the naval charts over Sydney. That's it. And he offers no analysis of the relevance of these memories or the roles each played in developing his design. So in other words, in mentioning Utzon, he gets nothing that can be used as, in some sense, a constraint on our analysis of the design process. I should mention that, in fact, the drawings we'll see on the next slide, most of them are in a very nice book that was one of my major resources in putting this material together, by Françoise Promenot, called Jörn Utzon, the Sydney Opera House. So let's just look at his figure, and then later we will come back to a more sophisticated appreciation. So this is the one figure. Well, actually, there are a couple of other even worse figures, but this is his figure in which it sort of goes like this. Here are Utzon's sketches of clouds and pagodas and so on, And this inspires this. He even puts in this wretched thing of having humping turtles as being the inspiration for the shelves at the Opera House. He repeats the idea that maybe it was Sales that did it. He then puts in these rough sketches to suggest that there's a process of refinement here, and then he comes to these detailed drawings, which he claims followed this, but in fact, as we'll see, this is an unfounded caricature of what went into Utzon's design, but further, the order of the elements as he shows them do not relate to the actual design. So let me just briefly note what he said. I think I'll skip this particular slide. And I'll skip this slide to just say that his theory that he offers is based on the distinction between vague representations and precise representations. So, for example, he considers a conceptual sketch to be vague, imprecise, abstract, ambiguous, indeterminate. And then he talks about lateral transformations, which broaden the problem of space. In other words, you have an idea and you move it to a slightly different idea. So that's a little bit like the disparity principle idea. You've got something and you transform it a bit. But he's doing this at the level of things that are ambiguous and imprecise. And then he contrasts this with precise, concrete, unambiguous things like the contract documents that you would deliver at the end of the design process. And he talks about inference processes that look at vertical transformations, which is where you fill in more and more details. And on this basis, he suggests that, in fact, the processing of vague representations is carried out by the right prefrontal cortex. The processing of precise representations is carried out by the left prefrontal cortex. And in justice to him, I should say that the paper does survey a body of interesting neuropsychological literature, but I think that the literature he surveys doesn't allow one to make this simplistic left-right hemisphere analysis, and that we really have to get into more detail. So, for example, just emphasizing the two hemispheres doesn't get us into any of the considerations we've already had, anything about the hippocampus, regions near the hippocampus, the challenges of relating memory and imagining and so on. And finally, for this blast of negativity, he looks at three phases. The problem scoping, where we start with an open-ended problem, bring in the designer's world, knowledge, goals, aspirations, and so on. And he admits this process is poorly understood. So what we'll be trying to do is to look at Utzon and say, well, if instead of just coming up with a scrambled diagram of a few drawings, and we really try to look in some detail, we can begin to get a sense of this problem scoping and framing. Then preliminary solution generation comes up with a few ideas and explored through lateral transformations. And what we'll be showing by contrast is part of the early stages of the design require precise decisions, which then must be filled in, but it's not a matter of coming up with something vague and just modulating it. So it's not so much just having one vague idea and modifying it to something slightly different. Various aha moments will be needed to both vague and precise to collide to yield genuinely new ideas. And some of Zumthor's ideas fit in with that. And then finally his idea, you've got this solution which is vague, and then you fill in the details. And I'll leave that at that, because in the time we have available, I'd really like to just take us through a discussion of Jørn Utzon's design of the Sydney Opera House, where in fact we're not going to get deeply into the cognitive neuropsychology or neuroscience. of his design, but we're rather going to try to get an assessment of how one might analyze an individual's design process to have, in a sense, a set of data points against which a particular cognitive theory of design could be tested. And of course, as time goes by and more people work to develop a better theory and work to develop more clearly articulated case studies of this kind, so the process will go forward, both in terms of more insight into architecture, more challenges for the neuroscientist. So here is Jørn Utzon, and here are two views of the Sydney Opera House sitting on Sydney Harbour. And so what we want to do, as I say, is try to understand the knowledge and memories that inform the design of the Opera House. And I have to give you some analysis of what Utzon knew and when he knew it. And as I say, although there were many different resources, Fromeneux's book was a very important one. So let's look first at the competition, because we start with the Premier of New South Wales, Joe Carl, feeling that Sydney needed a very distinctive opera house. They chose a particular place just below the harbour bridge called Bengaluru Point. And the program, so I stress that for an architect, a program is basically the general specification of what a building is to be, whereas for a computer scientist, the program is the fine details that actually execute the specifications. So just to stress that the program here is just saying, let's build on this site, Bengaluru Point on Sydney Harbour, which is, they claim, probably without equal in the world. It fulfills all the requirements, dimension, space, and beauty, essential for the type of building that should be constructed. But this program was in fact unusually flexible. It didn't provide many details beyond building on Bengaluru Point. It said we need 2 auditoriums, we need rehearsal rooms, we need a broadcasting center, a restaurant, 2 meeting rooms, as well as bars and foyers. And the brief did not call for too much detail. So we need line drawings. The competitors can come up with that. We don't want any color. We don't want you to submit models. So the constraints were very loose. So what I'm going to do is try and, forgive me for having so many words here. We're going to offer a retrospective look at the design process. So clearly, I think each building of this magnitude could invite multiple iterations as the first pass on what we need to know to look at the mental processes, combines with our developing theory that then challenges historians of architecture to come back and fill in the gaps to create more challenges. So anyway, what's interesting is he didn't visit the site prior to the start of the competition. He had no knowledge of Sydney. He had to gather his own documentation to complement the photographs and the 2 plans reproduced in the competition handbook. At the Australian Embassy in Copenhagen, he watched the only available film there on Sydney, hard to believe. And in this, he observed the clouds that leaned over the bay, which he said had inspired him to think of white roofs floating over the platform. But, so here, while many people, including Girl, talk about the sails of yachts on Sydney Harbour as the inspiration for the shells, here Utzon is talking about clouds, but I'm going to argue that this is only one aspect, not just clouds that inspired him. And then another important point was that his father was a marine architect and ran a big shipyard. So he sailed a lot in Denmark. So this experience as someone who knew a different body of water but knew it very well and knew about boats very well was an important part. So by getting maritime charts, he, as an experienced navigator, could measure distances and form a judgment of heights, the importance of the color of the sea and the shades of light. And so this was based on his general experience of the sea, not on what was in the competition handbook. So this photograph takes us back to Bengaluru Point. So I've got, here's a picture of the point as seen from the harbour bridge. Here's the harbour bridge as seen from Bengaluru Point. At this time, just before the competition was announced, Bengaluru Point was no longer really a place for ships to dock, but was used as a tram depot. So this is the site. And the important point from here is that, okay, there's a specific shape of that point, which may or may not be factored into the design, and that there is this special vantage for the point from the harbour bridge. So here are the three top buildings. So this is number 3. So the auditoriums are in 2 separate buildings. And basically the design doesn't in some sense respect the shape of Bengaluru Point. It imposes these 2 buildings on Bengaluru Point. The second design was, actually if it had been built, it would have been still, I think, a very successful building. It sort of had this central core which was provided the stage machinery for both stages, for both auditoriums, and then wrapped the 2 auditoria and the other buildings around this central core for the stage machinery. But Utzon came in with this design which just caught the imagination in the end, thanks in part to Iro Saarinen, who we'll meet later, caught the imagination of the jury after initially being ignored, and won the competition. And what's very interesting about this design, which distinguished it from the others, is on the one hand it's very sketchy, but there were more details provided, and you'll notice what he's done is he has decided to put the auditorium side by side and to, in some sense, respect the land, the footprint of the building pretty much coincides with the footprint of Bengaluru Point. So it's interesting. I think a very good loser, Robert Geddes, who was a member of the Philadelphia group which won 2nd prize, said we almost won, but we didn't. Why? Because Jörn Utzon's design was a masterpiece. So, okay. How did he get to that point? What happened afterwards? So here I note that the jury, in finally giving the first prize to Utzon, said the unity of its structural expression creates a striking architectural composition admirably suited to Bengaluru Point. The white sail-like forms of the shell vaults relate as naturally to the harbour as sails to yachts. Fine, but I just draw this to sort of say, yeah, but sails and shells are really quite different creatures. And so was there another inspiration? I don't think the shapes were inspired by sails so much as the hulls of boats. What then were the images that came to mind, to repeat Zumthor's phrase? So a little detour. In off-camera discussions, we looked at the way in which what other architects are doing can provide part of the framework in which the individual architect works, so that when those ideas are coming to mind, it's not just what you yourself has experienced directly, but your understanding and experience of the work of other architects. So in Fromino's book that I've mentioned a couple of times, she writes the following: at the beginning of the 1950s, there was a marked loss of momentum in the heroic ideals of modernism. And we're going to see in a moment that Mies van der Rohe had the Seagram building, which was a beautiful expression of modernism. But other people were drifting in 2 directions. The international standardization of Miesian sublimity, in other words, a lot of people were doing what Mies had done, but not doing it as well. It became rather mass-produced. And then a search for greater individual expression inspired by forms and references that had been sidelined. So, in her opinion, the Seagram building, which we'll show you in a moment, is a masterpiece in that style here of prismatic buildings, but at the same time, Le Corbusier had just built the Lateral Chapel, Wright had just built the Guggenheim Museum in New York, Alvar Aalto, the greatest of the Finnish architects, has begun his work on the Imatra Church. So she's saying that if we are looking for influence in terms of other architects, it's a clear rejection of this style, but it's certainly a conversation with the style of these architects. So let's just look quickly at some of these examples to frame the discussion. So here is the Seagram building on Fifth Avenue in New York, which, with its clean modern lines, its use of copper coloring, the color of the windows and so on, is a masterpiece. And I remember when I first saw it being struck by that, 58. But look how different Corbusier, this is, the early Corbusier was much more straight lines and so on. But in 1954, he created this chapel with suggestive of the roof, suggestive of the wimple of a nun, the headgear, the curling headgear of a nun in traditional garb. Frank Lloyd Wright's Guggenheim Museum opened in 1959 and is amazing for the way in which the gallery swirls downward. And then Alvar Aalto has this church, the Imatra Church, with again this move away from the straight line and towards the curve. So we can see that, to use our language analogy, we can see that there was a vocabulary beginning to be put in place, very distinctive from the modernism that culminated perhaps with Mies van der Rohe. Another thing, though, and we talked about this in terms of construction, is that not only was there a new vocabulary in terms of thinking about buildings, but there was a new set of construction techniques. And so, for the first time, these huge expanses of concrete could be built. Wooden frames would be built, and then the concrete would be formed on top of it. So we have Nowicki's Raleigh Stadium, Raleigh, North Carolina, and then we have this TWA terminal that opened in 1957, but the general plan was already known to architects, including Utzon at the time of the competition, where we see this, the fine curves of the shell, and I believe it was derelict for many years and is now being turned into a hotel. But having been a customer there in the early years, there was just such a playfulness of the interior design as well as the amazing swoops of the exterior design that this was indeed an influential masterpiece. Okay. Well, we're talking general context. So let's now try and penetrate more into the head of the architect. And there is a website called The Guide to Utzon, www.utzonphotos.com, and then from that we get to About Utzon, get to the biography, and there's an essay there in which he talks about his father, who, as we said, was a master shipbuilder amongst other skills. So Utzon says, I benefited greatly from the many hours I spent with my father attached to a large shipyard where all trades were represented and large-scale work was carried out. So he said, when I was about to draw the Opera House in Sydney, I was not really worried that I had to convert sketches into curved surfaces towering 60 meters, define them geometrically, and have them constructed. As a child, I had seen huge ship hulls. And it seems to me that looking at this, the curves on either side of the hull with the keel providing this line that divides the two halves brings us much closer to the shells of the Sydney Opera House than a sail or a cloud does, though each of them may well have been part of the subliminal images. Now, the tragedy for Utzon was in some sense that the competition was so generously underspecified that he didn't have to say, how are you going to build the shells? And that even though he shared Zumta's respect for the art of joining, the ability of craftsmen and engineers, he hadn't thought through the challenges of going from the wooden hull of a ship or the metal hull of a ship to massive concrete shells. And that proved, as we'll see in a while, to be his undoing. So, I mentioned at the beginning that there is a documentary on TV called Sydney Opera House Man-Made Marvels. I think it's from about 2008, released by something called 7 Mate. I think that means it was on Channel 7 in Sydney when it was first released. And it just follows through that idea that the winning proposal lacked many of the details. So John Nutt, who was a structural engineer on the project, said, yeah, so we saw that the Noviki Stadium, the Saarinen TWA terminal had each employed these massive concrete shells. But those shells were shaped in a way that the then current technology knew, but then current technology could support, as distinct from the sharp ridge line. And so the radical shapes construction bordered on the near impossible 50 years ago at the time. The sails curve up to 20 stories high, each would hold its own weight. The ridge lines posed another problem. Concrete shells don't like sharp ridge lines. And for 3 years, various solutions failed. In the end, although it's suggested that Utzon came up with a conceptual solution related to peeling an orange, the working out how to build these things was the engineering firm of Arup, A-R-U-P, that really solved that problem. So this goes back to that passing mention of that if we really want to understand design, we have this notion of co-designers. Who is responsible for what? How can they communicate so that they, between them, come up with the final coherent design? Now, Joe Carl was the prime minister who had initiated the competition. But in 1958, he was up for re-election, likely to lose, and he was really concerned that if construction didn't start, the whole project would be cancelled by the new government that succeeded his. So he insisted that the project start, even though the problem with the shells had not yet been solved, so that it couldn't be cancelled by his opponent. So the construction engineer, Malcolm Nicklin, said, hey, you need a carefully planned base design, should I start my Sydney accent, to support the sails, yet only freehand sketches of the sails were available. Yet on March 2nd, 59, construction started before the plans were final. Design developed as they were building. Well, see the video to learn a lot more about this, and in particular, because things were so protracted and the cost was rising so dramatically, the new government was withdrawing its support, and so Utzon offered his resignation to try and shock them into coming up with what was needed for him to realize his design, but instead they accepted his resignation. And so the exterior of the building is Utzon's idea. The general access to the auditoriums is Utzon's idea, but the interior had to be carried through by local architects. And
Raidu, this is Prashant here.
Back to Sydney.
Good afternoon.
Resignation. He never saw that, and it became a World Heritage Site.
You're saying something?
Yeah. We were just wondering, till how much more would it go? Because for lunch we would need some time. Otherwise, we'll not be able to come back by 2.
So it's 14 minutes more.
Okay. So what would you suggest?
It's up to you. It's up to you. We can start. We can finish it after lunch. Huh?
What about the others? What do they feel like? I don't know.
Yeah, it's already almost 1. Huh?
Yeah.
So
I think it's 10 to 14 minutes more. We'll finish off the video, Raidu, and proceed for lunch.
okay.
Maybe.
But then can we have a little extra time then for lunch? Maybe not 2 o'clock, then maybe 2:30 we'll meet or something like that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay. Thank you, Raidu.
Okay, so we'll finish this video and come back at 2:30. Huh?
Okay. Thank you.
but he never saw it. Okay, so what I want to do in the last few minutes we have together is just to take you through what I think are some of the key design features. And what's interesting about these design features to me is, rather than that idea of just having vague ideas and finally filling in details, which I think was Goel's idea, we see there are some very clear, symbolically precise decisions that were made, and then the sketching and the working out of detail could follow from that. But it wasn't that there was this vague lateral thinking first and then precise thinking following. So the first very interesting idea was that Utzon really thought about how the opera house would be seen from the different perspectives on the harbor, from the botanical gardens up here, and from the harbor bridge. Whereas the other architects had all just thought, how am I going to build a really neat opera house on land of this acreage? So that was a crucial high-level decision. The building would be visible from all sides. That's important, but also had to take into account the overlooking views, Botanical Gardens, Sydney Harbour Bridge. And so the other competitors failed on that. So this is one design feature. It's not vague at all. It's very precise, but it's at a high level, literally from the bridge, but metaphorically as well. So in thinking about the view from the harbour, Jørn Utzon was very much influenced by his experience as a lad sailing near Helsingør, which is sort of the area that Shakespeare was thinking of in terms of Hamlet's castle. And so here's this castle, sailing around it. Here's this, here's the castle from the air on this peninsula, jutting into the Sound. This is Denmark. Very close over here is Sweden. So he was struck by similarities in terms of the form, stand out in a horizontal line, the sea and the clouds without a single vertical line, whatever that means. But his analysis of the specifics of the Sydney site were reinforced by evocation of familiar places, and again, sort of Zumte forms charged with poetic memory. But the buildings are so different, and the fifth facade that is so important in relating this peninsula, Benelong Point, to its building is very different from the peninsula and the flat surroundings there. But again, this does take us back to the original Zumte point of old memories come to mind and yet all is new. That the old memories of sailing around Helsingør add that component of the fifth facade of the harbour bridge, and now you have a new framework that yet is evoking in part the memories of the castle. So I haven't renumbered my principles on these slides, but design principle 5 I've already mentioned was the placement of the auditoriums. That we said that if we look at the top 3 entries, one was to just place the auditoriums as separate buildings on the site. Another was to unify the 2 buildings through a shared core for the stage machinery. And Utzon's solution was that unique one of putting them side by side. And very importantly, he wasn't just saying, okay, I'm making a footprint. And this is sort of the form function and the diversity of functions. So he was saying that for me, the opera house, one of the functions obviously is to have good auditoriums to stage the various productions. But it's on Sydney Harbour, and so in addition to looking in, how will people see the opera house from different perspectives, there's looking out. And so in fact, if you look at the design, each auditorium, you have to go up a slope obviously to get to higher and higher seats, But then you actually come out at the back of the auditorium and you are now in a large foyer with huge glass windows looking out over the harbor. So that idea of both by this design of putting the auditorium side by side, he was not only inspired by the footprint of the point, but is also inspired by adding to the functionality of the auditoriums for performance, the idea that the foyers should be placed to optimize the experience of the wonderful scenery of Sydney Harbour. So that's the idea there. So we've already talked about this and conforming to the design of the site, so we don't need to go that in detail, but I think it's interesting to just look at these two photographs, two aerial photographs side by side. Here's Bengaluru Point back in its tram shed days. And now here is the Sydney Opera House today. And you see the placement here with the promenades around, the views out here onto the harbour, the restaurant that can look over to the side there, the botanical gardens behind. So you see how just the use of the site and this notion that, okay, you paid a price that competitor number 2 didn't pay, in that you've got to duplicate the machinery, but competitor number 3 had to do that. But you're really using the site and you're thinking about the function, not only in terms of this is an opera house, but also this is a place to experience Sydney and its harbour and the magnificent views that are around there. So another thing that's interesting is the design of the opera house. If you remember, there's a platform on the point, and then the shells rise above the platform. And what's strange, if you're thinking of relating form to function, is that in some sense, let's just go back. If we go back here, there's there's the size and the width reflects, this is where the auditorium is, this is the entrance, but beyond those very loose constraints of size, there's really nothing auditorium-ish, to use a word, about the shells. So that separation, that's sort of interesting, the separation of the platform, the functional part of the building, and the non-functional floating roof, if you like. So that's the design principle. A platform containing the hidden workings, I'm sorry. Okay, so he dissociates the roof from what it sheltered, and then he could, with relatively loose constraints, think about how to model the auditoriums. As we said, one of the tragedies was he was fired before he actually got to exploit his ideas about the auditoriums. But the roofs became a fifth facade, his building a sculpture. The massive base on which the shells rested was absolutely horizontal, responding to the water and the plateaus of the botanical gardens. What images have come to mind? And, this does fit in with the sentence and one fragment of Goel's figure, and that is his experience of Chinese temples and Mayan influences came here. That the temple, the Chinese temple, as shown here, a typical example, you have a platform, you have roofs which are distinctive, and then the building in between is not particularly constrained or constraining of the roof. and then the platforms here for the Chichen Itza Observatory and so on. So these were part of what it came to mind. And in a paper that he published some years after he won the competition, we have this combination, and a fraction of this was sort of item 1 in Goel's figure, where we have the clouds floating above the horizon, the pagoda roof floating above its platform without constraining what you'll put underneath it, and variations on that theme became the inspiration. So clouds floating over the sea to the Opera House was his sketches in his 1962 essay, Platforms and Pagodas, which, as I say, comes long after the competition had been won. But if we look at this, it's hard to see the Opera House shells in these sketches, and this is where I bring back one of his father's boats, and I turn it through 90 degrees to suggest that this shape with the keel sharply dividing the two sides, it is, to my mind, a better inspiration to add to this general floating. So as Sumta says, all is new and there is no direct reference to a former work of architecture. And I think at this stage I can skip. Well, let me just take one more of the design principles, which I think is interesting because it links back to our discussion last time about affordances. So, Utzon explained, the architecture emphasizes the character of Bennelong Point and takes the greatest advantage of the view. So we already saw that. The idea of the building is not just to be seen as the building, but the vantage point it provides with those foyers at the ends of the auditoria to see the world around. And then he really thinks about what we might call it as affordances. The approach of the audience is easy and is distinctly pronounced as in Grecian theaters by uncomplicated staircase construction. So he's got this, the audience is assembled from cars, trains, and ferries and led like a festive procession into the respective halls thanks to the pure staircase solution. So there really is the idea that, okay, once you know which of the left or the right auditorium to go to, the architecture leads you up. And then you know that if you keep going at that time or during the intermission, you will be in this area where you can relax with this amazing view. So in the end, as I've said, Utzon was deprived of the design of the auditoriums, but I think we've seen how neuroscience, or at least cognitive science, can enter into dialogue with a deeper understanding of the processes of architectural design. And so that's where we'll leave it for today and come back to this theme in week 5 after talking next time about atmospheres and then talking about emotion and empathy in relating humans and buildings in the 4th of our lectures.
Thank you.
So, shall we take a lunch break?
Yes, right. We can.
Okay, so we'll be back at 2:30. Huh?
Yeah, sounds good. 2:30.
Happy lunch.
Thank you, Ryan.
Happy lunch. Thank you.
If anybody is here, feel free to share your thoughts on Arvib's video lecture.
Um, this is Tej, Tejashwini. I have
Hi.
one comment. Neuroscience with respect to usability, right? I mean, they study the pupil dilation, or let's say they study the EEC or EEC.
EEG.
All that they study, right? I
Yeah.
thought because the title of the course said neuroscience and UX, I thought it will be a little more relative to the UX field particularly. This one feels like it's a little remote. I mean, in terms of strategy, yes, when we think about research, or when we think about how the user behaves from a very abstract level, all this concepts matter. But something more concrete like a usability test would have been, at least we would have got some hands-on experience. Is there any lab where you have where we could go and check, the neuroscience perspective of usability test?
So on the first part, I completely agree. In some sense, the idea of bringing neuroscientific understanding to bear on or to inform user experience is at this point. If you, I'll be open. Is nothing more than nothing more than wishful thinking. So, in other words, in principle, it should help. In other words, if you know, what is this? How to if you are, say, for example, no, if you study civil engineering, you should be, that should come in handy in terms of building a building. But at the same time, there are a lot of lot of people who have never been to civil engineering, taken any civil engineering course, but and yet they can build it, meaning they have the procedural knowledge, so to speak. So it is always whenever you have. So sometimes. So the first part, I completely agree with you. This is remote and it is not immediately clear. Say how what is you see, one way to look at it is if I ask you what is the user experience that that you want to design, let's say, or you ask me. So if you look at in the description of the user experience, I would suspect then there would be very few words in that specification that are experiential in nature. In other words, it would be probably more words about the artifact or more words about the behavior that the artifact elicits. So right now, so basically, if you want to say, what is this? Some artifact elicits what is this? Some experience that in turn can be measured in terms of pupil dilation or skin conductance or even what happens in the brain, or in other words, you think of it as, in some sense, the difference between an architect and a structural engineer. So, right now, the relationship between design science and neuroscience, in principle, it should be something along the lines of, so architect takes a plan or a design to a structural engineer, and the structural engineer will say, oh, this can be done this way, or this can't be done, so on. But we are still not at that stage. If you think of neuroscience as a structural engineer who would implement the user experience that you as a designer or an architect came up with. So, but that is where this marriage that is in the works between design science and neuroscience would eventually go, simply because of the fact that it is we human beings with our brains and there is a book review that I shared. I forgot the title of it, but I think it is called Collective Mind. So that book I found, I haven't read that, but the review looks very interesting, because none of the things that we do are done individually. So I think it is not only how an individual mind or a brain works, but how a collective mind or a collective consciousness, the structure of collective consciousness. This is not anything mystical in the sense there are schools of thought like liberalism versus conservatism, or so on and so forth. So the idea that when such say designers come together and come up with a design, as of now, I would say they don't have a quote unquote structural engineer that would say what are the ingredients that you would require to realize this particular design in reality. So for example, there are, it's not like we are completely in the dark. There are instances, for example, you might have come across this environmental enrichment. So what is this? So this is the idea that if the environment is rich in some sense of the way. Say, for example, if you have if you have, say, for example, zoo, so an environment that is much more that would make the animals caged in the zoo less experience less of a, the confinement that they are subjected to is by way of enriching the environment. So, for example, when we have the animal in the animal cage, animal room, what we do is we put like colorful objects, balls or toys or just some things for them to engage in. And this has been shown to improve their ability to learn or improve their memory and so on and so forth. So, in fact, this has been even taken into the classrooms also, that the classrooms, if they are more, instead of blank walls, if you have something visual that is depicting the subject matter that is being studied, I think to some extent, maybe by virtue of the discipline itself, there are one thing I notice with my amusement is you see all these things and that are in various stages of being made. There is some pulleys here, there is some pipes or straws or something there sitting on the table. So there's things that are being in the process of being made. So this sort of an environment is really considered to be conducive or facilitate learning. But at the same time, I will admit, I would be the first one to admit that this is not what we are talking about is not an established science like sorry, like physics or mathematics. Even in those cases also there is always science is never static. You might say, for example, you might have you might think of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. This is true and absolutely true. If anybody question, but I can but a deeper study of mathematics led to the realization that the arithmetic of a category of mathematical objects depends on the nature of the mathematical objects. So, for example, you can have you can have mathematical categories where 1 + 1 equals to 1. One simple illustration is, say, if you take the origin of horizontal axis and origin of vertical axis, there are those are 2 points. So those 2 points, when you combine them, you get single origin of the plane. It all boils down to one thing. So, do you want to take part in the making of the science, or do you want prepackaged science delivered to you, and you want to be merely a user of the science? So for me, say, for example, when it comes to this mobile, I don't have the enthusiasm or inclination to know how it actually works. As long as I can send an email and receive an email, I'd be happy with that. So different people have different, but whereas when it comes to the say mathematics, I would be like pulling my hair how to give a general expression to the mutual determination of change and unity. So when it comes to that question, I want to be part of the science. I don't want anybody solving that problem for me. I want to be the one who want to solve the problem and or come up with the solution to that problem. So similarly, there are many various things like of this nature. And so it is up to you when you get into the academics. There are some things that you simply want to learn. Say, for example, how to use this Zoom and all. Even if you pay me, I wouldn't be getting into the business of finding the nitty-gritty of the workings of the Zoom. But even if you don't pay me, even if I'm starving, even if I don't, nobody is going to give money to study the mutual determination between change and cohesion, I would be still working on that problem. So it is up to you to decide whether you want to take part in the making of the science. When so lot of times most of the time, the way science advances is by way of loose analogies that we discern. Most of the time, these analogies are very vague and diffuse and debatable too. But at the same time, so we see something like, say, for example, what is that? Water flowing down the gradient from Himalayas to the oceans, the water flowing down. And then we conceptualize this as, say, for example, on top of Himalayas, there is high, because of the height, there is potential energy, and that potential energy translates into as it moves the water down the gradient, and it becomes kinetic energy, and the water flows down. So that is the idea of gradient descent. So then, say for example, somebody might have noticed that if you release a gas that has certain order, say sulfuric acid or something like that, that has very strong order. If you open the bottle containing that in a room, over time, you'll start to smell that in a neighboring room or in the hallway. So then you would think, oh, it is also, say, here in the room where the sulfuric acid is there, and the concentration of the sulfuric acid molecules is very high. And in the hallway, there is, in the beginning at least, there is very few sulfuric acid molecules. So then you say, oh, it is also like the water flowing down the gradient. Here there are more molecules, there are less molecules. So there is a concentration gradient. And just as water flows down, the molecules are flowing down the gradient. So to a large extent, that analogy works in the sense you can calculate how long it takes for so on and so forth. But then Einstein came along and he said, if it is flowing down the gradient, then the molecules or the particles should accelerate. But when you look at the chemical molecules, you don't see any acceleration. Meaning, say if you drop a ball, the amount of time taken to for the ball to drop by the last few feet is less compared to the amount of time taken. So as it falls, it accelerates. So as water flows down, it accelerates. But because of this energy or force. But in the case of molecules, he noticed that there is no acceleration. So that led to the development of Brownian motion. So basically, there is no directionality. It is simply molecules going back and forth. Just because they are more in the room, on average, over time they will smooth out and by virtue of Brownian motion. So to make the long story short, the idea here is that we don't have what is this textbook version of science that you can look up for a formula or a protocol to implement. What we have is some dimly visible analogies some and some sensible reason to believe that it might be useful and so on and so forth. So, but at the same time, one could be a great designer or a great what is this a very good builder or very good electrician without having to go through electrical engineering or civil engineering and so on and so forth. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, like partly, yeah.
Arif, so in other words, this course is more than anything else is an invitation to for you to so what is this? So most of the time, the design practices might be guided by heuristics, meaning earlier this thing worked, so it might work in the so that is my understanding. Correct me if I'm mistaken. So there are of course there are some experiences that you can readily buy. So for example, if I want to be happy, I can simply pop in a couple of Xanax and I'll be fine. I'll be happy as if I won a prize or something. So there are some experiences for which I can give you a prescription, meaning how to get that experience. But the experiences of the user experiences that you are in the process of designing or design, there I think the science is not at a point where I can simply give you a protocol or prescription for so most of the time, say for example, this this design or user experience is a very old concern or something that humanity has been always been concerned with, worrying about. Not so much so, maybe not so much so as a discipline. Say, for example, there was a time, maybe back in the 60s, when intellectuals felt that there are certain texts like, say, for example, Immanuel Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, that you cannot speed read. Sometime during the 70s or so, all this speed reading and these things became popular. And they also felt that the people, readers in general, are not reflecting as they read. There are some texts that require reflection along with reading. So, in other words, when I say apple is a fruit, there is not much to reflect. Of course, strictly speaking, there is you can reflect upon anything, and you can get read more and more into it. So, for example, if you reflect on it, you might notice that it has a structure, syntactic structure, a subject and a verb, object, and it has an article. And then you might think, oh, there are languages that don't have articles, such as Telugu, and then you can brood on that or reflect on that, and then you might notice that there is punctuation period. And I'm not, at least as far as I know, Telugu doesn't have punctuation. That's why if you read Telugu paper, they will put a comma after full stop, 3 or 2 or 3 periods. They will even the renowned newspaper. So, but at some point, people who think there is value in reflecting, meaning in thinking deeper and deeper into things, felt that there are people in the 70s or late 60s were not, they were more eager to get to the end of the story rather than see how the story is being built up or so on and so forth. So what they did is, they got together and they went to the printers, and they looked at, they talked to neuroscientists who study reading and all. They all came together and they designed a font which would make speed reading difficult. So, meaning, in the way the font is structured, you cannot read it very fast. They structured the text in such a way that the user or the reader is forced to reflect on it. So as he goes from one word to another word, there will be some, say for example, old English font or something like that, that would require. So, sorry. So, so the point that I'm trying to make is, The idea of designing artifacts that would elicit some desired experience is nothing novel. And at any given time, people have been looking up to whatever resources that might be relevant to this enterprise of making an artifact, whether it is slow reading or reflective reading. But now, now that we have very good, I mean, we don't have, I wouldn't say very good understanding. We have a reasonably good understanding of what neuroscience, meaning how we navigate, how we walk when we move around versus what does it mean to imitate and how is it different from empathy. So all these things, and how does mirror neurons relate to language, and these things, I think, are sort of library into which you are invited, and hopefully sooner or later you'll find this exercise not a complete waste of time. Does it make sense?
I agree with you on the reflective part, where all these concepts in the long run will add to our reflective practice of design. Definitely yes. Thanks for answering that.
So you guys got that message I post in the chat, no? So if you are present, just send a P. If you are present for all last 2 days, all 3 days, send 3 P's. If you PA, whatever. Yeah. And tomorrow and day after tomorrow also, once you log in, just send me a P, and that will take care of your attendance. I'll be right back. 1 second. So, does anybody have anything to comment on about the video Professor Arbib's lecture?
Sir, could you also share the video link with us, because there were a few papers that he had suggested in that video, right? So I would like to have a look at the papers which he told. So can you give us that link? To watch that one? Thank you, sir.
There, I think there are quite a few of his videos. I consider him as a very good scientist. And it is very rare that one could make really original contributions in completely different disciplines. And hope, hopefully he will end up writing. Initially, he has a textbook called Aerostructures and Categories. Something like that. It's a very good textbook. I forgot that it's a very good first introductory textbook for category theory. It's out of print, and so I have been bugging him to rewrite it or a second edition. So then he suggested let's write it together. And first it was one book, now it became 3 books. I don't know whether my friend Rohan says this will never end, this will never materialize. But one should always have some transcendental projects. These are known as transcendental projects that never get started. They're always in the making. So in any case, so this is the Salk Institute, designed by Louis Kahn, and I see, since we already saw a movie, I don't think. I don't know about you, but I'm not in a mood to see another video. So I will share this link. It's the life of Louis Kahn is in itself. See, good lives make boring stories. So usually, if it is a good story, that means there is a lot of trials and tribulations. So, in some sense, he has he died on the way back from India. He was going back to US from India, and he died in the on the subway toilet restroom. So even though some lives, but what I'll do is I think we had I'll quickly go what it will look a little bit more into the aesthetics or the notion of beauty. And then since this morning I forgot his name, he brought up the issue of how two things, contradictions. We were talking a little bit about contradiction. So these contradictions are you encounter even in the scientific practice, and I will illustrate with an example how one engages with these contradictions, and along the way, in terms of learning and memory. So. Does this sound okay? So, see, Tom, he's a Falcon student. He says attractiveness to architectural designs originates from the ease with which they are processed and pursued by the visual system. So, say for example, take earlier we were saying the average face tends to be perceived as beautiful face. So, yeah, so to relate that point to this, the claim that Tom Albert is making here, that is ease with which they are processed and perceived. So usually the perception, as I might have mentioned, involves two-stage processes. One is sensation and then interpretation. So that interpretation involves being categorized as face or something, and then there is this category prototype in the brain, which restructures or reorganizes a little bit the given structures of stimuli into the perceptual experience that we experience. So, what happens? One thing that is interesting about the brain is, if you let's say, I have been looking at a lot of faces as I was coming to NID for the past few days. What brain does is, if you show it a sequence of faces, it will have a memory of each one of the faces, and in addition to these faces, it will also have average of all these faces. So even if say for example, you design a psychophysical test in which you show say 10 or 5 faces, and then during the test phase you show some face and ask, is this a face that you have seen before during the earlier part of the trial? People say when they are shown the average of all the 5 faces that have been shown before, if you show the average of those 5 faces, they will say that they saw that face. So in other words, the average is constructed in the brain. So it is in one another way, one could try to make sense of this claim that attractive. So once you have the average in your brain, it is readily processed, meaning it is recognized, so to speak. So, so this is the idea of lot of times, especially when you listen to languages that you don't understand, you might experience a little bit of unease. So the incomprehensibility places you in a state of, experientially speaking, discomfort. So to the extent there is some sort of resonance between the object of your experience and the mechanism that generates the experience. lends itself to be perceived as beautiful. Beautiful. So, I think language is a very good example in the sense. Say, for example, when you, as a child, you will be able to make distinctions between, say, for example, V and B very readily. But in some languages, that distinction is not there. So adults cannot make that distinction. So, as you grow up, certain things get fused and certain things can get separated. So when you listen to an unfamiliar language, you'll be processing using the template that was developed to readily detect the differences that are intrinsic to a particular language. So, for example, if you're the language that you are fluent in doesn't make the distinction between V and B. If a word ends with V and starts with B, those two words get fused and you will not be able to even make out words, individuate words or sentences. So, in the extreme cases, sometimes you might think that listening to some languages might sound like what is this? They might be fighting, and sometimes some languages, even when they are fighting, those languages might sound like they're sweet talking or so on and so forth. From an experiential perspective, there are other conceptualizations of beauty, meaning there are other ways that one could try to define what it means to be beautiful. One is that any given image, whenever you look at anything look around, and there will be things that have the figural salience, and then there will be objects that are in the background. Most of the time, the thing that you are attending to tends to be the figure, and everything else that you are not attending to tends to be the background. So the difference between figure and background, I think I have mentioned, is small changes in the part of the visual region that is recognized, that is perceived as figure. If any small changes in visual features like color, contrast, orientation, or whatever will be readily detected compared to say exact amount of physical changes, meaning contrast or pixel intensity or whatever that is done in the background. So changes in the background, so you can define background as where changes are difficult to discern. So figure sans background means this might be an experience that those of you who are lucky enough to fall in love for the first time, maybe in early teens or early 20s or late teens. So when you see the person you are in love with, he or she becomes the figure, and everything else simply fades away, meaning all you see is that your the love of your life, and everything else disappears. And this happens not only in what is this? When you look at people also, the same thing you can say about when you are listening to good music. People often talk about losing oneself in music. So they lose their awareness of everything else other than the music. So that becomes the figure, and there is no background. Right now, when as I'm talking, I can still hear some sounds in the background, and you probably can hear. But when a thing of beauty is one in which is that which has no background at all, meaning the entire visual experience is filled with the figure. Um, and another one that one could, these are somewhat trend, somewhat in the spirit of, or somewhat more poetic than, and than in the spirit of mathematical definition. Of even though you could make them. Into definition mathematical, if that is your thing, but disappearing into the appearance is another thing. So that is related to the idea of one example that we talked about is what is this? Marcel Proust, speaking of, he says, I became the subject of my study, meaning music in the church, and later on he talks about rivalry. So these are very to imagine what it means to become a rivalry between something else. So the way that it was presented, the words, you also, this is also not very esoteric thing. In Telugu we say కళ్ళకట్టినట్టు రాశాడు అంటారు. అంటే the written the description or characterization of something is such that as if it is in front of you. When you read some text, and the description of the text is such that as if it is in front of you. So that is the idea of so you lose your sense of self also in this process. So this idea of the book review that the link to the book review that I shared, it talks about this notion of self when people get together. So there is this extended notion of so when bunch of people get together to do something, then thank you very much. Then you have is this this loss of self, and this can happen not only in the aesthetic realm, or it can happen even in mechanical work, like if you are doing something like gardening, or even simply there is this, I can hear somebody hammering somewhere. That guy might have lost himself in hammering, and that is an experience of beauty. He losing oneself, especially. Uh, 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 and when it comes to, say, for example, if you ask me, like, how do I get the user of this artifact to lose himself or herself in this, then I think there is quite a lot of, especially there is one paper. Some it's I think maybe 10 years old, but they might have done a lot of work on it. But engaging in any manual activity also can give rise to this loss of sense of self, and that can be a very beautiful experience, aesthetically pleasing experience. And then there is this idea that when you look at a whole, when you look at an object, if the parts of an object appear to be appear to have been put together such that those parts that fit together are put together. If that is the sense that you get, then you find it beautiful. Say, for example, if this table right now may not evoke any sense of beauty, but if I cut it off haphazardly and pile up the pieces, then when I look and contrast between these two, and the table might appear more beautiful than the haphazard pile of objects. So, of course, one could always say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and you are taking, you are discounting the beholder's share. This is not in any way to discount the beholder's share in experience. The experience, by definition, is imbued by the in a sense, it is a creation of the beholder. So there is no discounting of that beholder. But this is a way of getting to refine our understanding of what it means to be beautiful. That's all that I'm trying to get. Is this okay, or does it all come across like gibberish?
I did like the part where you said the figure and ground. You know, when the distinction does not exist anymore between the figure and ground, and only figure exists. That's when a thing becomes beautiful. I think that is something interesting to take away.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, thank you. Is there anybody who thinks this is all BS, waste of time? See, more than anything else, I truly appreciate you finding it valuable or useful. But I am a very selfish person. See, most of the time, I can be a better if or if you find something wrong with what I said. So that is what I always look for, because One of the I'm in a lighter tone and at the same time a little bit seriously also. Flattery always gets into my head and it stops working. So if anybody has really nasty things to say about anything I say or even about me, I would be more than happy. Maybe I'll buy a drink or something. Does it make sense?
Sir, I had a question
Yeah.
regarding, like we were discussing figure science ground. So in terms of auditory stimulus, like we have this cocktail party effect where you tend to focus on. Is it similar to that? Like that kind of because selective attention is happening to a certain, because we like it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, in so only thing is here you are taking it to the extreme. And it's in a sense limiting case. And yeah, cocktail party problem is analogous to what I. So there you find the conversation interesting. Say, for example, if the conversation is boring, the person with whom you are talking to in the pub is saying something that you are not interested in, then naturally you'll start hearing what the couple on the next table is talking about. So.
Right.
So there, I think you can beauty usually is spoken or in terms of visual domain, but I think it applies to auditory domain.
Right. Right.
Also.
Okay. Sir.
Yeah. Any more questions? Comments? Shall we move on? Okay. Before we move on, see, and there, I read very little, but the guys that I read, I tend to get a little bit obsessive about their work. So this is Marshall Proust. Again, yeah, you guys probably know about him, no? So this whole monograph is about his anxiety about not being able to write a novel. No? So in any case, so here he talks about one evening he coming home, and I think his mother. She offers him some tea with along with Madeleines. Did you have Madeline? It's a what is this? You get in Starbucks. It's like a seashell with undulations. It's not too sweet. It's not too. It's like it's really tasty. It's really good. You should try one of these days when you go to malls. Are malls open or are they not? Still closed?
They are open, right?
So you should go to malls once in a while, since we are talking about beauty, because spending time in a mall will make you more beautiful, no matter how you look like. Can you guess why?
I mean, the products are very flashy, and the lighting they put is to, make their products look very attractive. So the design of the space is itself very beautiful, I guess. So that impacts our mind as well.
What I have in mind, that there is that thing, but what I have in mind is, what is this? Your face physically becomes beautiful, meaning the physical basis or underlying basis for facial beauty. Now we are not talking about that. What is that? What is that? Outliers and this thing, but this is a physiological process that makes faces beautiful. And I think the claim here is walking around in a mall will make your face physically more beautiful, however beautiful or handsome you are.
Oh, so what was the influencing factor which makes the face beautiful?
Yeah. So what is that? So one thing you said is there are all these beautiful things, stores and contents. Oh, what else is there in the mall?
Ambience.
Yeah. The material aspect we took.
Yeah.
What else is in the mall? There is just imagine a mall, and what do you find in the mall?
People.
Oh yeah, absolutely. See, that is, you see, everything, or that is what I think. I'm not sure whether that is the case. Most of the time, serious scientific questions require seeing the obvious. The thing that is right in front of you. If you can get into this exercise of stating the obvious, then the answers will fall into place. Most of the time we think just because the problem is complicated, the answer should be equally complicated and requires deep thinking, and we put our head like this and we do all sorts of gymnastics. So there are people.
Correct.
So what can you tell about the people? The things are beautiful. The storefronts are very attractive. What about the people?
I mean, people also dress up very well in the malls.
Yeah.
They just do a makeup to look beautiful and classy in front of everyone. So that also, I think, makes an influence on us.
And if you look at, imagine yourself looking at faces in the mall, and what is the experience that you what is the experience that you recognize in their faces?
Relaxation.
Yeah, relaxation.
Recreation type of expression. Like enjoying with their families, something like that.
Yeah. So stop there. So most faces look happy.
Yeah.
See,
right.
Happy. The simplest characterization of the faces in the mall is happy faces.
Happy face.
If you more than any place else, of course there will be one or two kids crying and asking their mom to buy something that she doesn't want to buy, or dad to. But apart from that, on average, you could say that when you when you go to the phases, your experience would be that of happiness. So would be that of seeing happy faces. So now imagine yourself sitting in a movie theater and the hero is walking along a dark lane, oblivious to everything. But right behind the hero, there is a ghost trying to kill him or something. So as the ghost is getting close, your grip on the armchair, what is it, seat, handrest, becomes. So you experience whatever that experience that is displayed. So
Right.
that is the mirror mechanism, basically. So we have these neurons that get excited or when you do something, that is when you are happy, and they also get activated when you see some happy face.
Right.
So when you see happy face, that is reflected in your face. It may not be perceptible or it may not be. So in order your face to be happy, more than anything else, expression of happiness requires a lot of muscle movements. Face has more than anything else. As we looked at that sensory map and water maps earlier in the first class, you can see the face occupied a lot of brain area, whether it is in. So there are it requires a lot of muscle movements in order to make it a happy face. So the muscles, when they contract and what is this, relax, they bring in a lot of oxygenated blood into your face. So when oxygenated blood flows into your face, that makes your face glow. So no matter how beautiful or how handsome you are, spending time in the mall will make you more beautiful simply by virtue of the fact that oxygenated blood flows in because of the mirror neurons getting activated because of you encountering happy faces, so on so. Does it make sense?
Yes, right. Yes.
So here he was. His mom gave him a cup of tea along with Madeleine, and he dipped the Madeleine in the tea and put it inside his mouth, and then he says the taste of the Madeleine. Usually we think of our experiences as something. We think of ourselves, to put it in terms that you cannot get out of your head. We think ourselves as some kind of dustbin into which all our experiences are collected. So whether we like it or not, every experience is put into that. And like the trash bag that gets bulges as you put more and more experiences into it, our self also changes its shape as experiences are put into it. As we gather experiences or collect experiences, or as we experience. But here he makes a very profound point. Here he is saying, it was me, that it is the experience of the taste of Madeleine dipped in tea. That is a very specific experience. Now, he is identifying with his experience. And I think this is something that is not unique to French zeitgeist or whatever but you see this it's a recurring theme, and in fact losing oneself in music is a simple everyday experience that one can think of. And another instance that of similar characterization that I came across is I think in Gita, after Krishna's shows his Vishwarupa. See, my knowledge of all the Mahabharata and Ramayana is from the movies that I saw. Like most of you, I'm guessing is the same. Nobody reads Ramayana or Mahabharata. I'm guessing our understanding. So. There is a Arjuna gets scared and asks, "Who the hell are you, man? You're scaring me." And after when he shows his Vishwarupa where everything is inside of him, then Krishna says, "I am the taste of water." And this is another instance where the subject, I, is being identified with the subjective experience. So this is the idea of knowing by way of being. So even in everyday experience, I claim to some extent when I grab this marker and feel its smoothness on my fingers, that to that extent, I become this pen. So, losing oneself in music is the extreme case, but everyday experience is part of the continuum, in which losing oneself or identifying user with user experience is the limiting case. But everyday experience is also requires you becoming the object of your experience to greater or lesser extents. So when I look at the black color of the mobile in front of me, or the yellow cup, to the extent that it becomes part of me, I am becoming it. So and there is a so this is the idea of knowing by being. So in order to, of course, you don't have to. What is this? Say, for example, there is a word for this. Can you guess the word that is often used to refer to the state where the user is becomes is identified with the user experience?
Flow.
Huh?
Flow.
Yeah. Flow is the modern term, but I'm not saying it's not that suffices. But we have a little bit more ancient term for that. Huh?
Autotelic experience.
What is that?
Autotelic.
Autotelic.
Autotelic, yeah.
Oh, how do you spell it? This is the first time I'm hearing that. A-U-T?
Put it in the chat.
Okay. Yeah. Let me see. Oh, What to? Oh, I never heard of this. I thought I pretty much, I spent all my life in the realm of experience, but so it's immersive. Huh? Okay. Huh? Is it immersive? What is the etymology of this autotelic?
I'm not sure of the etymology, but it is by Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. The optimal experience theory.
Optimal experience theory?
Yeah, flow.
Ah, okay. Yeah. So what I had, so he coined this term to characterize that. Huh? So auto in the sense of being losing agency, no?
Yeah. So basically, doing the task in itself is the purpose of the task, and the experience becomes part of it. So it is very automatic. The
Yeah.
experience is very automatic to the user, and
Yeah.
it doesn't require his cognition to be a part of the task. I mean, he doesn't have to use his conscious mind. He becomes part of the experience itself. I mean, he just enjoys it.
Yeah, I think this might be somewhat like dancing to music, where you are no longer aware of which, whether to move your hand up or down, like trance or some other, I don't dance. Um, but what I had in mind was this one. What is this? I think samadhi is another word that is often used to describe the dissolution of the subject-object divide. Mm. But I don't know exactly what the experience of samadhi would be like. So I can at least imagine what is this? Uh, losing oneself in, say for example, in the paper that I was referring to, when the brain loses itself, it is by there when they had the subjects engage in some activity, and when they engaged in that particular activity, then brain areas involved in self or the sense of self, they were inactive, they were inhibited. So that falls under the broad umbrella. But this may not be a particularly relevant, but being a student of experience, I find I don't know. Did you come across this? So, lot of artists, they, when they practice for say for a performance, I forgot the name of the guy, but the title of the paper is Mind in Dance. If anybody is interested, let me know. I can send you that paper. And so this he gives perform somewhere in New York, and maybe this babble maybe is like 10 years old or so. So in any case, so let's say he has a performance, dance performance, like say 6 months from today. So what he does is, today he will go to the auditorium or stage where he is going to perform, and he will imagine, he will stand, he won't move, and close his eyes, and he will imagine what all the bodily movements that he's going to engage in. And that usually takes him like few minutes on the first day. And as days goes by, he will be, the amount of time, his actual performance will be say for half an hour, the dance performance actual on the, but over time, by the time he gets to the day before the performance, his visualization of the performance would take like 6 hours or something of that sort. So 30-minute performance would take 6 hours of visualization. So earlier he might simply think of like, I'll put my hand this way. And by the time he gets to the day before the dance performance, he will be visualizing how the angle between the elbow and the wrist, finger. So he will be going more and more into detail. And on the day of the performance, according to him, he doesn't do the dance. He will be watching himself doing the dance.
Watching himself?
Yeah. So basically, his experience would be of watching himself doing the dance.
Okay.
So but that takes a lot of practice, like 6 hours. Imagine right now, I can say, for if I'm giving a lecture, I can practice my lecture, and I'll time it and say 1 hour lecture. If it takes 1 hour, I say no, I'm done. But if it is requires some, if it is artistic, in the sense where the idea you can always improve on it. So you can imagine this 1 hour lecture taking 10 hours if I start thinking, good morning everybody. Oh, shall I say good morning, everybody, or shall I say where should I place the emphasis? Good morning, on good morning or on everybody? I can. There is all this possible. So and please feel free to ask questions. What should be the? How should I say it? As a commandment or as a request or as a so all these things when you spell out, it will take enormous amount of time, because the amount of detail in any given object, real world object, is infinite. So there is no end to it. But I was thinking, like if this autotelic, is this something, does it characterize what this guy was talking about with respect to his dance performances?
There is a Disney movie titled as Soul. It's an animated movie in which like they talk about this state of flow. when somebody is doing what they love doing. And in that, they have animated the sense that you're talking about. Like there is a pianist, when he's playing the piano, he comes out and he looks at himself. So I guess like that is a good recommendation. You might watch it if you haven't.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that is an experience that is very commonplace in art, in the realm of arts. And even in writing, one often experiences this. If when at least in the olden days, people used to say, "I did not write it; Saraswati wrote it," or something like that. So a lot of times, I did not experience Saraswati coming and writing it for me. But one experience, I have lot of difficulty writing. And for most of the time, everything I have ever written, I always thought when I sat down to write the first time, I'm kidding myself. I can never do this thing. It will never happen. These things are all mushy. They're all over the place. I cannot put together a coherent narrative. And I'll be frustrated. Most of the writing life is the most frustrating life that you can choose. Of course, maybe the same can be said of everybody. And right, most days end up being with like not even getting to write, but one fine day at 3 o'clock in the morning, I wake up and start writing, and within 2 or 3 days, I have a and by the after I submit, I lot of times that's why when I get when people ask me to write a chapter for the book they are editing, the first thing I will say is, "No, sorry, thank you, sorry, I can't do it." So I think this notion of flow or I don't know whether see, on the one hand I feel like I hate writing, and most of the time I end up having to write simply because I have to write it. Somebody is sitting on my head, reviewer or whatever. So it is, but at the same time, when after I finish writing and I submit it, when I reflect back on it, I feel like how the hell did I do it? Because I vividly remember all the struggle that I go through when I get to when I start writing anything. So in any case, so that's why I think, and there will be a lot of rewriting. Once the writing gets started, the rewriting happens unless rewriting happens on its own. You read it, you find something wrong, and then you rewrite it. So in any case, but at the same time, I find writing is a very important and useful, technology that humankind came up with. I'll pass it, and I also what is this? With respect to when you talk of user experience, I'm not sure how much how sharp a distinction that you make between behavior and experience. So so lot of people, even within neuroscience, people who should know better, still conflate behavioral behavior and experience. So the experience, say for example, experience is me. What is that? Seeing. What? Looking at pizza and burger. So now imagine earlier you remember we are talking about radiologist telling about two X-rays, one TB and another category, non-TB category. So the more he participates in the practice, the more X-rays he looks and the more he sorts out, the more the distinction between them grows apart. He will, and the TB X-ray would be as different from the non-TB X-ray as black and white for him. That is the subject experience. That is perceptual learning that gives rise to those categories. So at the same time, if you take any two X-rays that he categorized as TB, you might find there might be subtle physical differences, intensities of darkness, lightness, so on and so forth. But for him, as we discussed earlier in yesterday or day before yesterday, within the category differences decreases, meaning objects that are perceived as belonging to the same category begin to appear similar, whereas objects that are categorized, perceived as belonging to different categories, the simple example that we talked about is 10 nanometer difference in wavelength across within the category of red versus across red, orange or red, yellow category across the categories. So this 10 nanometers difference is perceived as larger difference compared to the within the red 10 nanometer difference that is shrunk. So I shared a link in that you can see how there are diagrams about how the discriminability of objects categorized into decreases within the category along the category prototype axis. They will get squished and increased, the distinction increased along the category boundary axis. So this distinction is often not made. So I thought it is, I don't know how important it is for your practice, but this is a distinction that is real. So if it is relevant, you take it into account. But irrespective of whether it is relevant or not, behavioral categories is not same as perceptual categories. So although behavioral significance or practices will induce perceptual categories. So you can get if you are interested, you can look at that manuscript. But for now, I'll skip this and we'll talk about learning and memory. And in the neuroscience of learning and memory, and usually hippocampus, that is the part of the brain that is involved in place cells, are more popularly known as the brain GPS. So I think we talked about this, no? What is the difference between your memory and computer memory? So, does anybody want to take a guess? What is the difference between memory and computer memory and your memory?
Our memory is not like it's active. It's active kind of memory. I don't know how else to explain it. Like it's not compartmentalized, and you don't have to give it one specific command to retrieve something. But it's always kind of active.
Short-term and long-term memory.
No. So focus on we do not have to give a specific command or something. You said no. Huh?
Yeah.
So that is therein lies the key. So what is the command that you give?
So the difference between our memory is that the content itself is the address of the memory, and in the computer it's the address and the content is stored in different places.
Yeah, that's exactly. So that's the reason in neural networks we talk about content addressable memories. Say for example, hope field memory is a content addressable memory. So the content itself acts as an address. So this is what I say. So you can get to that simply. So, so one of my fixation or obsession or whatever you might call it is to bring out the commonplaceness or everydayness of scientific concepts. There are two things that against that the book that me and Habib are trying to do. One is this a demarcation between teaching and research, scientific research. And that is one thing, that divide is one thing that is an artificial divide. In practice, that divide doesn't exist. Any serious scientist or any serious teacher would. And the other one is everyday experience. Looking at a cup and or looking at a pen and seeing a pen. So we think everyday experience is something, something or scientific practice. Finding things about things is something rather removed from everyday experience. This is another some not even very well articulated, but it is something in the zeitgeist or our collective consciousness. Scientists think differently. They have different sorts of brains. That's why they're still keeping Einstein brains, hoping to find something in there. But science is nothing. In Einstein's own words, science is nothing but a refinement of everyday thinking. And I can go on and quote any number of people. And in fact, if anybody is interested, I can let me know. I'll share that paper where we show that everyday experience is completely parallel with scientific theorizing and modeling. There is one, they're exactly parallel. For example, in order to see this object, the physical stimuli, photons will come in, meaning, and so in some sense, you can imagine brain as a property type, meaning, say, for example, discrete objects like apples, bananas, and all. They have the property type of natural numbers, meaning you can have one banana or two bananas, one apple, two apple. Whereas length, breadth, area, these are the property type is real numbers, meaning it can be 1.5 meters, 1.37 meters. To square frame. And so when it comes to real world, the property brain is a property type, meaning that is the properties of the objects are valued in the brain in terms of the action potentials here at different places. So now you have an object and neural activation is simply properties. And basically, the length is one property. These are all the things that are measured by the brain. And then it measures different properties. And then it compares or it looks at how each property is related to one another. So, for example, if you are looking at a category of rectangular figures, then when you are comparing length and breadth, you might come across a subcategory where length is equal to breadth. That is the concept of square. So now once you have the concept of the square, then you interpret it into as a 3 centimeter by 3 centimeter square or 3 meter by 3 meter square. So that is the model. So the way you go from particulars, the way you get to know about particulars is by way of measuring their properties and comparing the mutual relations between the properties to obtain a concept of the object, which in this case is simply L equal to B, length is equal to breadth. That is the concept. And then interpreting that concept to get a model of the square, and that model you can compare it to the real world object, and then you can refine your that is how exactly the science works. So you start with the category of particulars, then you get properties of the particulars. Based on these properties, you formulate a theory of such a group theory or set theory or theory of graphs or dynamical systems or whatever. And then you have models of this theory, which are different rotations. Would be one group, translations would be another group, or dynamical systems. This light turning on and off would be another group. So science and everyday thinking, you don't have to be a scientific person to do science. Everybody is equally qualified to do science. The only reason we have all these entrance tests and exams is because there are more people wanting to become something than the institutions that can serve them. So whereas in US, they have more institutions and less people willing to. So they import people. And here we export, we put more and more stringent tests to just those tests have nothing to do with all the scientific aptitude tests, and they're all BS. Everybody is equally qualified to do science, and so these are the two things that we are trying to bring out. And in fact, Manjul Bhargava, who authored this national education policy, that somehow got drowned in the coronavirus, corona. So it was that was one of the major educational reform in almost 30-40 years in India. So what is it? So so there was an article in Science on this national educational policy, and it says Indian education system has been a system of filtering. That is simply because we don't have enough medical colleges to train all the people who want to become doctors, or all the, or even the number of doctors that we need. You know, we realized that the hard way as a result of this corona, that we don't have. But once you have, say, for example, when in the case of engineering colleges, now the engineering colleges, you can get a seat in a engineering college even if you don't pass intermediate, I guess. There are so many engineering colleges. Now it is no that MSET in our olden days. Now I don't know what it is. I think every college has its own test, and so those all these tests are not really meant to test students' ability to this or that. They're simply a filtering mechanism, because we have only 50 seats and 50,000 people are applying for it. So we have to get rid of 49,500 and whatever. So, and the problem with this test is the ranking is, I don't know how it is now, but maybe even NID might have some entrance test or something of that sort. So you will have, let's say, in our time, we used to have 150 questions. So if you have 150 questions, how can you generate 1 lakh ranks out of 150 questions? So 150 questions, if I answer all of them correct, I'll get 150 marks. If I don't answer any question correct, I get 0 marks. So there would be, if you go by the number of questions answered correctly, there would be one bin in which there would be at most 150 ranks. All the people who answered all 150 questions correct would get a first rank, and in that first rank there will be some 1,000 or 10,000. And but can you guess how do they generate the 1 lakh ranks out of 150 questions? Or at least you agree that there is a problem, no? You have, say, 100 questions. Out of 100 questions, each one carries the same 1 mark, this thing. If you get right, you get 1 mark. If you get it wrong, you get 0 mark. There is no negative grading or whatever, let's say. How can you generate 150 lakhs of ranks out of this 100 questions? Do you see a problem, or is that straightforward for you?
Yeah, there is a problem, right away. We see a problem because, like, in some of the competitive exams, they also put, marks in terms of points also. Like, negative marking is 1.5 or 1.6, or the positive mark is 2 marks or something like that. So that is creating a lot of numbers in between the scores. So that leads to more ranks.
You see, even that in its, even before that, forget about the points and native ranking and all that. I'm saying, even at least when I wrote my entrance, there used to be 150 questions, 50 math questions, 50 chemistry questions, 50 physics questions.
We have our MCET in Andhra Pradesh like that.
Yeah. And so there are 150 marks that maximum you can get, and 0 is the minimum you can get. But based on that 0 to 150 marks, they generated 1 lakh, 2 lakhs, or 10 lakh ranks.
Correct.
So how is that done? You know what they do?
What they do? Yeah.
So basically, they have no choice but to throw away all the people except for the number of seats that are available. So there will be X number of seats that are available. So they have to. So they have to create what is this? Gradations where there are none. So what they will do is, if the question that you answered correctly, it has been answered correctly by everybody else, then the weight that is attached to that question would be very small. So if you answer a question correctly that nobody else answered correctly, then the weight that is attached to that question, the one is multiplied by a higher, given more weight. So in this way, you can create arbitrarily any number of this thing, because it depends upon the statistics of how many people took the exam and how many of them, what fraction of them got the answer correct. So all the questions that most people answer correct would be given less weight. And questions that most people didn't get right, you tend to get more weight. As a result of which, you will be grading, you will be introducing all this ranking. So if you have 1 lakh students taking the exam, you can generate 1 lakh ranks simply by looking for each question. How many people answered it correctly? How many people answered it incorrectly, and whether you answer it correctly or incorrectly, how much how many, your rank will be weighed by this ratio of the correct this. So in that sense, just because everybody knows something doesn't make it any less of a important thing to know.
Yeah.
See, drinking water is something that everybody knows how to do. That doesn't mean it is less useful knowledge.
Correct.
See, the value of a piece of knowledge, it doesn't decrease if everybody knows about it. Most of the things that are valuable in life are things that everybody knows. Taking shower in the morning, brushing your teeth. So if the society followed this what is this entrance test exam board mode of living, then they would forget about brushing their teeth, because it will be given very low weight, no, as a piece of knowledge. And taking shower and you would be living in hell. Thank God we don't do. They are not running even their own lives along the lines they give these ranks. In any case, so we are almost getting to close. Maybe just to get you started, I think this will take a little bit longer than half an hour. I don't think I can finish. And I also want to I forgot his name. Early in the morning, he talked about these contradictions. And I want to give a real life example in terms of learning. It is actually a finding, experimental contradictory. Most of the time, lot of times, you find one guy says something is yes, so another guy says it's no. So these things happen. These are part of scientific practice. And so I think it is useful to know how one might go about dealing with contradictions. So I'll stop here, and if you don't mind, can each one of you say say, for example, say something about what your write-up is going to be, because maybe you are very. I know people who are very prolific, and they can write under any experiential condition they might be, or physical situation they are in. There are people who can write in clubs or whatever. But going by my experience, where I find writing is very difficult, I would like each one of you to not write anything now, but simply say a word or a sentence or two about what you are thinking of writing your assignment on.
Raidu, I'm thinking of writing on decision making in user experience. The role, like how the designers make decision when the user experience is considered, or when they are designing for particular project or a subject. So that was the topic I'm planning to.
So in the decision making, there is this decision making under uncertainty,
right?
And then there is decision. So are you thinking along the lines of decision making under conditions of uncertainty, or are you thinking? So there is another way. Say, for example, there are certain problems such as. I'll see if I can find the paper. So when it comes to things that are very complicated, such as, say, for example, whom should I marry? So this is a very consequential decision, and it involves a lot of factors. So one of the things, if I'm not mistaken, that came out in the study of decision making is that when it comes to very complicated and involved decisions, it is best to go by the gut, by feeling, by how you feel. Because if you want to go by a algorithmic procedure, okay, whom do I marry? The person that I'm going to marry will have these many features, will be an object, and then you have to design. You have an objective function that you optimize with respect to some criteria in this space of an n-dimensional space, and that will have what is this? Ideally, you want to get to the optimal state, but then along the pathway, there will be a spurious fixed states. So if you look at it from the dynamical system perspective, the decision making, at least in the case of real world scenarios, it is best to go by what is that? If it is very complicated thing like marriage or buying a property or investing in something, go by the gut. Because take the simple example of living life. If you think of how should I live my life, even if you spend the entire life trying to figure out how you should live your life, even on your deathbed, you will still be halfway through figuring out. You will never come near. And then there is the class of decisions which would be to which you could simply use heuristics, like what is this? Like popularity. Popularity is as a proxy, as a measure of good. If what is this? Education became popular. Education is popular. And more than anything else, I don't know. I don't think anybody really believes in God or prayer. We do as a ritualistically, but we all trust in education. You won't find anybody, even people who can't afford to feed their children, believe in education. That if you are educated, if I can get my kid a good education, he will have a better life than I have. So in this, so more than anything else, in education we trust. So there are various ways you can look at it. Kahneman, you might be familiar with Kahneman's work with respect to decision making under uncertainty. I think there is a book, and the title of the book itself is Decision Making Under Uncertainty, I think. Or heuristics and biases.
It's about biases, I guess.
Huh?
It's the book is primarily about your biases, like heuristic biases and how humans take decisions.
Yeah. And also, Richard Taylor's work is also good. Say, for example, you are familiar with his work now. What is that? One classic example is like when you go to get your driving license. I think earlier it used to be, would you like to donate your organs in case of accidental death? Nobody used to tick yes. Please tick here if you would like to donate your organs in case of accidental death. Nobody ticked. But when they changed the question to please tick, please cross here if you do not want your organs, your body organs to be donated in case of accidental death, then also they did not take, meaning they opted to give their body organs in case of accidental death. So that that you could interpret in terms of what is that? In general, the laziness, sort of. But similar strategies have been adopted in various different realms. Like, for example, I think earlier they used to say, please tick here if you want 10% of your salary to be withheld and in a retirement fund and placed in a retirement fund, which you get at the end of retirement. And then they noticed that nobody opted for the company to keep their salary. They looked at it that way, or how, I don't know how they looked at it, but they didn't opt for this retirement fund. So, and then what happened? Once you get, they thought then once you get your salary, you spend it more. If you save for a couple of months, the third month something else comes up that will wipe out the 2 months salary. If you save for 1 year, the next year something else comes up and wipes out the 1 year savings. So individuals are not very good at saving. So what they now do is, I think probably even in your institutions, like when they give appointments, they will say, instead of saying, please stick here if you want 10% of your salary to be withheld for your retirement, they will say, please stick here, cross here if you do not want 10% of your salary to be not deducted from your not deducted from for your retirement fund. So these are the things that he calls nudges. Maybe we'll talk about those. I think and then there are sludges. The opposite of nudging is sludging. And anybody else would like to?
So Raidu, can I go ahead and write on a specific thing then?
Yeah. No, you guys have complete freedom. I have no the topic that you choose. The only thing is the format that I insist on.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, except for the format, there is no other this thing. The only reason I am asking you to say what you are thinking of writing about is it will get you into the see if a lot of times I'll be under the pressure. I have to write something or other. So most of the time, what I'll do is I can't think of anything to write most of the time. That's how my thinking starts. So, for example, if I want to write I say, what is this? A paper on objective logic of consciousness. Then I'll simply sit down and say, objective logic of consciousness, objective logic of consciousness, objective logic. And then one more word comes in. And then another word comes in, then a sentence comes in, then a para comes in. So this probably is the dumbest way of doing things, but I'm not ashamed of it. And I don't think I'm not saying you do the same thing. I'm not saying you sit and start the japa of decision making. But if it works for me, first I start with what can be readily done. Whenever you are confronted with a task of any level of difficulty, start with what is that you can readily do. So that will provide the momentum for the next step. So first it would be only words, objective logic of consciousness. This sounds hi-fi. Probably it will at least draw the attention of one or two. Then saying the word over and over again, then I'll go from the realm of words to the realm of concepts. And then the thinking gets into gear. Correct. Anybody else? You don't have to stick to what you say today. Today you might think you want to write on decision making. Tomorrow you might want to write on empathy. That's fine too. But I want to hear your voice utter the word or the sentence.
Right, Prashant here.
Yeah.
I was thinking of doing something related to artificial intelligence and the home. Something to explore that relationship of how it's going to be changing. Like I really like that term intimacy gradient in a home, like what you were saying in the morning. I noted it down. So something related to what it means to let AI to enter the house, and how it'll affect our relationship with the AI, or just what is the future of that? How intrudes, like to what limit are we okay to let it intrude into a house, or that kind of, maybe it's a moral discussion also, maybe it will go into I don't know where it'll go, but something in that space.
Yeah.
AI in the home.
Yeah, that is very interesting. In fact, Michael Arbib, if you maybe in his YouTube channel, or if you go, or if you look at his Google Scholar profile, you'll find. So basically, the book When Brains Meets Buildings is not so much so about how neuroscience can inform architecture design, or what is it, what goes in the mind of the designer when he designs something, but he also has a third aspect, which is what if we endo buildings with brains. So what does it mean? Basically, you are saying artificial intelligence, but
Yeah.
that's exactly what he means.
Right.
And this is, I think, is a very timely thing, because a lot of times we hear things like smart cities. And now there is, I think they had a symposium or conference. You can you see if you can find it. If you can't find it, let me know. They're talking about conscious cities.
Okay. Conscious cities. Okay.
Conscious cities.
Okay.
And like smart cities, and what is this? Arbib talks in terms of what does it mean to give a brain to if brain had a building, how would it behave? He speaks in terms of neuromorphic anyway, this is a very important question, and I'm very happy that you are interested in it. But first thing, let me make it very clear that the intimacy gradient that you found it very fascinating, and even I found it very fascinating, is not my phrase. It is the reviewer who rejected my paper. I found that review very informative. So I plucked it. I took it from that review. I think I shared the review also. That review is really worth reading. Leonardo review.
Okay.
My bad. So that's so. What, as you said, it is a moral question. It goes into the realm of morality. Say, for example, when you say, "I'm going to build a conscious city," let's say. So, what sort of consciousness are you going to endow the city with?
Right.
Are you going to endow the city with a consciousness of what is this? Say, for example, I think now, right now, I think they have with face recognition becoming so easy. Now, I think in China they have this thing called social credit system or something.
Yes. Yes. Civic credit system, CCC or something like that.
Yeah. So basically, and at the same time, imagine what is, for example, in the olden days, if a postmaster, instead of delivering a letter to you, if he read the letter to you, that would have been considered a completely obscene thing. But now, the technology that we developed in such a way that all along the way, it will leave the traces. So you and I will be talking, but our conversation is not between us. It is all along the way. Probably it is very difficult to even erase this information. That is one step. So all these issues, I think, are very relevant, and especially when it comes to giving brain, what kind of brain that we want to give. Ideally, we would like the home to have some sort of brain or personality that values that see, for the most part of our lives, most part of my life, it was considered rude to ask people about to even be inquisitive about strangers. You have to build a rap, get to know. It is the way we get to know people was followed a certain pattern. First, know their name, and as you build your friendship or over time, then slowly you get to know more and more about each one another. Now it is not like that. No, if you look into the metadata itself tells you everything about me. You don't even need the actual data. Just
Yeah.
look at metadata, or not even the metadata. Contact list itself will tell you the nature of the person I am. So I think that's a very good project term paper.
Yeah, I'll refine it further. I'll see what I can read, and I'll tell you exactly what it is by the end of the class.
Yeah. Anybody else want to share? It is not like you're you're committing yourself to anything. It is only to just to get this conversation going, so to speak.
Sorry, Raidu, the Prashant here again. That YouTube channel that you asked me to check, which one was it exactly?
Michael Arbib, like the video that we saw now, that is in Michael Arbib's video YouTube channel. But I don't. I just noticed that. But if you go to his Google Scholar profile, there you have a complete list of all his publications. And if you go to I shared in the abstract the draft of the book that he shared with me, Brain, that is now published. That is more that came, I think, the last month or this month. But the brains with buildings, or when brains meet buildings, you should be able to download from the abstract that I sent you.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
I haven't really decided the topic, but I am getting like some ideas related to creating a new building typology after the pandemic world. So in the post-pandemic world, a lot of things have changed in our buildings, like homes have also become places of work. Similarly, a lot of different spaces have seen a change and can evolve based on tech integration or something else. So what would be the new kind of spaces be like? And how can we best integrate technology to create something more meaningful and new in the upcoming world? So I'm thinking of a physical plus digital realm, and how spaces can support this kind of new lifestyle. And I haven't really zeroed down on which spaces I need to think about, because of course I can't think about everything. So just 2 to 3 examples I need to pick up and see where I need to research.
Speaking of post-corona world, I think one thing that we have to value is the free flow of air. See, buildings should be built such that air flows through the building. So that's the idea that we used to have, like cross ventilation. So more than anything else, now what is this? I'm completely puzzled by the fact that after Corona, they completely removed non-AC compartments from the train. It is as if you want to help corona spread as much as possible.
Exactly.
So why on the I would have thought if railway minister had a neuron in his brain, the first thing he would say is break open all the windows. There is no more. But now you can't find it. I was trying to visit my sister in Hyderabad. So I was trying to find a non-AC train, but I couldn't find. And the buses also, there are no non-AC buses. So you can't open the windows. And there will be, the AC is the stale AC. The air is not, and you can't, they won't let you open the door at the compartment because they think, see, we are still have this middle class mindset, to put it bluntly. See, we think AC is something that being in AC makes us more of something that we are not. But especially when you have a disease that is spreading like wildfire because of stagnation of, because of the absence of free flow of air. See, if you have free flow of air, you don't need to wear masks and all these things. And I see people anyway, but I hope that makes some sense. Having a free flow of air. See, all these buildings, apartments, the way they are constructed, it doesn't move. I mean, so I think the construction has to go to a real rethink post-COVID. At least in huge, big hotels, maybe even in like Sheraton, you might see there will be a air intake vent, meaning where because of most of these star hotels, you can't even open the windows unless you have a really high end these things.
Yeah, it's a centralized AC system. Yeah.
So they will have. I haven't seen here, but in some San Diego, you could see like don't park in front of here because this is an air intake area. So they will have a huge empty space from which they will suck fresh air, so to speak, to circulate in the building. So I think we had this understanding that you need cross ventilation and the air has to freely flow through the rooms and through the air. But for some, in the last 20, 30 years, with the advent of apartments and all, you can't even breathe in the apartments. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good project. That's a good term. Think about.
Hi, sir.
Yeah.
Zubair here.
Yeah.
The initial thought that I got is when we were talking about the figure from the background and discussing models, I would want to maybe explore on how neuroscience works in conjunction with sensory design and sensory branding, especially the area that interests me is tactility or appearance or maybe taste even, because that's something we can't really get in a retail situation.
No, I'm sorry, but can you repeat the last two sentences you said?
So I'm talking about tactility and taste. So
tactile.
Yeah, in touch and taste for retail environments. And how tweaking and how that can be designed to create customer experiences, some specific customer experiences.
Yeah, I think tactile might be much more amenable to manipulation rather than taste.
Because taste would, I think, limited to just food or that.
Yeah,
only,
that's what I was thinking. Am I mistaken in that?
No, you're correct. Absolutely. So maybe I can get an overview on how the senses are working in conjunction in creating a certain brand experience, and then focus on one area and explore more on it. So I think tactility would be a good area to go deeper in. That's what I have in mind for now. When I explore more, I'll just update you on the same.
And probably this high-end fancy fashion magazines like Vogue or when they have an ad for a perfume or this thing, that would also have the smell. When you turn that page, it would smell. Or it would have a hint of that perfume on that page. So, I think in that's probably done here also, no?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Uttara this side. So I was also thinking in a similar line of thoughts. So on the very first day, I was thinking about multi-sensorial experiences. And I thought I'd like to explore a bit more on that in terms of retail design, in terms of packaging, and then also have a look at how culture impacts the experience with respect to senses as well. So I was interested in looking at these two things, but I am not very narrowed down on how I will approach it as of yet. But yeah, this is my thought.
Yeah, no, clearly different cultures or different they have different affinities for say in some cultures perfumes are more used or more prevalent than in some other cultures or along. I think there'll be what is this? Clearly culture. I'm not familiar with, but I'm sure there'll be a lot of cultural differences with respect to.
Yeah, I'll just explore it and see if something interesting comes up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There is the principles of neuroscience, and that also
Right.
2020 it came out. 6th edition came this year, so you can download that from the abstract. It's a very huge book, so it won't give you preview, but you can download it.
All right.
So there they have a section on smell. And smell is also interesting in the sense it is smell has what is this attribute this unique feature of bonding. So lot of times you might have heard of oxytocin, oxycodone. What is it? Bonding molecule that is secreted in from our body. So in the way couples.
Pheromone?
Huh?
Are you talking about pheromone?
Yeah, pheromones. I
Yeah,
think that is another. That is also very
right.
interesting.
I think that's interesting. Also because perfumes especially react differently based on the pheromones we secrete. So the same perfume is different on different people. It's also quite interesting.
And in fact, there are some that don't smell at all, but
Right.
they will influence the other person. Then they will induce in the other person a sense of love or affection or whatever. So
Yeah.
I think it's very interesting.
Yeah. I think I can look at an intersectionality of these things and come up with something. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll wind up and maybe come back and look at this learning, and maybe I'll talk a little bit about empathy and mirror neurons and all. And is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
So shall we call it a day?
Yeah. Yes.
The chats that are today's chats, they will be erased if or all chats will be there for the entire duration.
They will be naturally erased, right? Ideally, we can save the chats, but we have an option to save them aside. But last 3 days chats were erased.
Okay, so
Once I believe that if we put it on recording, it also saves the chat by default, but you'll have to check with Nibu. For today's chat, you can just save the chat, maybe.
Okay, so
and the visual will be available, I guess.
So right now it is recording, no?
Yeah, it is. Yes.
So see, I am not in a mood to copy all your attendance right now. So I'm trying to say. Do you know where the share chat will be? Save chat will be?
So under, if you go to the chat, there is a 3-dot horizontal option, right?
Yeah.
If you click on that, there will be a save chat option.
So it says pause recording, stop recording, live transcript, breakout rooms, reaction, live on Facebook, live on YouTube, disable annotation, hide names, hide video panel, hide floating meeting controls, share sound, optimize video clip, select sharing sound mode, meeting info. That's all it says. And anyway, I'll do something. So I'll see you tomorrow. Huh? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rajan. See you tomorrow.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, I found save chat. It is in the. Thanks. This one.